change the internet. That looks different.
We ready?
I think so.
Okay. It is 8:04. We're gonna call a budget finance meeting together or to order, sorry. First order of business, public comment. Any public comment? Have any public comment? You have any public comment? Hearing none, we're gonna move on to first order of business is to approve the interim finance director, but I didn't realize we had a schedule today, so is everybody okay if I'm gonna let that kind of float down the thing here because we've got Judge Barnett here. I'd like to stay on schedule. Any objections? First up, Circuit Court.
You want, I don't know what you want me to do to present. The budget, is not, we would have been over the levy from 2025. We just found out the other day that we are getting an increase in state aid. The $10 million that was approved, so it's 22,725, I think, that's gonna be increased. So we would have been over by 16,000, but now we won't be, because of that. The only increase to the budget that we're requesting is a $2,500 increase to mediation. That is mediation for cases that were not being mediated before, small claims, cases, civil and evictions. The 2,500 would be a contract with Judicare, which is really a good deal. I have numbers if anybody is interested to justify the time savings and money savings by having them do the mediation. Their success rates for resolution are really quite high compared to just having litigants do it on their own. What else was there? The interpreter fees, we were going over on those, but we just got a check on Monday for $2,069. That's based on the prior year. And I think if I remember right, I don't know a lot of details about that, but I don't think Lord was really expecting anything from that. So that was hopeful. So I think right now we're only a couple of $100 over on interpreter fees, which we have been kind of preparing everybody that the reimbursement for that was going away. So we thought we were going to be in a jam this year from the vehicular homicide case, but it's not looking like it's going to be as bad as we thought. I don't think I have any major cases left this year that are interpreter trials, which is where most of the expense is.
So, Judge Barnett, what you have here for request for this coming year of 264 total, if I'm on.
I've been highlighting some things on all pages,
Yeah.
but 101.
Like that one, for example, that were the other 22,000, is that gonna, is, am I in the right one here where that's gonna come off? Or you already had that figured in?
No, because we didn't know what that was. Well, just the other day,
You scroll
the
up.
dollar amount was.
So down just a little bit, the highlighted. Yes, so, Ashley shared some guidance with me that discussed that. And so that's how I got the 75,000 of what their reimbursement is going to be, because they're adding more to it. So I added that in the proposed by finance.
Okay, so you do have that in there then?
Yes,
Yeah.
so then if you look at the levy for, in the proposed by finance, then we're at the 241. So that should be what it is with,
So it's
with
less
that
than
extra.
Okay, that's what I was getting at.
2025.
Anyone else have any questions? Nobody? Wait,
Um,
You get stuff before we get our coffee.
on page 113 is where she was talking about, adding an additional $2,500 for the mediation expenses. So there is some fund balance in that budget, but not much. So we will have to increase the levy, going into that budget to cover that. I think I have it, the way I put it, just put 5,500 in there. We could do a little bit less because there is still, about $300 of fund balance left. So you could do, about 5,200 of levy to use up that fund balance. You'd like,
then we'd be okay, you feel?
yeah, it'd have to be 5,207.
Well, we were picking apart $200 last time, so I guess we might as well do it this time.
I made that change and then, so then we would,
How many times do we have to do that to get 2.5 million?
at a couple $100 a crack.
Take a while. Okay,
The
I do.
207 from or the 293 from the ask on page 113.
Yep.
anyone have any more questions? Well, Judge is here. Otherwise, we can let her get back to what she's gonna do.
I have one question before I go. The capital improvement, on the budget meeting checklist. Is there anything that we were supposed to do for that? I mean, we do want to continue to look at, the security with the door swipes. So we want to make sure that that continues in any kind of capital improvement plan, but I don't know if that was something that was actually, it had been submitted before, but does that carry? Or do we have to submit something else? Or is nobody worried about that right now?
I haven't gotten.
Right, right now we're trying to get rid of the budget deficit.
Uh,
I mean, not that we're expecting it, we just want to make sure that it. I mean, you have to balance your budget, but we want to make sure that it continues so that it's something we're looking at trying to get, because we do really increase the security.
I almost think it should be addressed. If we ever get to an agreement on what we're gonna do with building things, I almost think it should be addressed with the Wold study as to what needed to be fixed in the courthouse. I mean, there was a lot of things that I'm sure could be trimmed off of that, carpet here, whatever, and trim, but person could at least get maybe the boiler fixed up and some security issues.
Okay.
It'd be nice to come in with something there eventually, I thought.
Okay, I just wanted to know if there was anything else that we should be doing, but not right now.
And if we get to it, we do, then somebody will, Ashley or somebody will let you know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for bringing it up though.
Just the agenda item.
Yeah, when's the next due?
8:30.
Okay, does everybody think we can go back to number one and tackle interim finance director in 18 minutes?
So,
Yes. Approve interim finance director.
Okay, so at our previous finance meeting, it was discussed to craft an interim finance director position. An internal candidate, Sky, did reach out to me and stated that, she would be interested in taking on an interim finance director role. Personnel did discuss this at their last meeting, and the reason it went to personnel is because finance had discussed crafting that interim finance director position, so then it had to go to personnel to approve that, and in the meantime, that's when Sky reached out. So they would like for finance to approve that interim finance director before personnel makes a decision, as our handbook does state that temporary appointments shall be recommended by the oversight committee to the personnel committee for approval. Our handbook also states that those employees temporarily appointed to a position of a higher employment category shall be paid a stipend that is based off of the step 1 hourly rate at that new pay grade. So the financial impact for the wage only of the current staff would be the current wage of Sky is $30.19. And going to step 1 of the interim of the finance director wage scale is $41.20. So that's a difference of $11.01. And you take that times 84 hours. That's what our staff work is, 2,015 hours in a year divided by 24 pay periods is 84 hours. So that would equal a stipend of $924.84 per pay period. I don't know if Sky would like to say anything.
So question on that, we base it on the 2015, even though the annual hours do change from year to year. So like this year and next year, it's 2022.75.
Yeah, we really should be discussing that too. We really shouldn't be changing our annual hours of our salaries.
No, we base it on working hours though.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Okay.
So we also had resolution 1025 out there, right? That finance, or was it a resolution, whatever I thought it was 1025. It was part-time and or Baker Tilly that we gave the chair. Was that you in the chair we gave the power to? Or was it the chair?
I think that was the chair, and if I remember correctly, the reason why the motion was written that way was because I think finance had met right before the board on that day, and they weren't sure which way we were gonna go, so that's why they did the and or clause, because some people had some ideas of somebody that might be able to come in and help on an interim basis, like past finance directors. And after reaching out to them, nobody was interested, so that's why we ended up going the route of that Baker Tilly, but the motion that was made was for and or. So up to 24 hours a week and or for the board chair to go into contract with Baker Tilly not to exceed that 110,000.
Yeah,
And the amount of money for a part-time, like a 24-hour a week position, like if you went that one, the resolution passed authorizing the actual wording was hiring of a part-time position in the finance department. So it wasn't necessarily like an interim finance director. The motion was worded as hiring a part-time position in the finance department at 20 to 25 hours per week at $41.20 per hour, and or the board chair to negotiate and enter into contract with Baker Tilly for a not to exceed cost of $110,000.
this is a,
well, I think you could take the intent from 41.20 an hour to deem that it would have been a part-time finance director, but
Well, I just thought there was
Wasn't-
discussions, I just thought there was discussions that they wanted it to be a part-time finance position instead of the interim finance director, because there was worries about that person would be salaried and then we wouldn't be calling them all the time. They're not here 24/7. So would they really truly be taking on all of the duties? If I remember correctly. But if we did look at that financial impact for wage only, of that staff coming in for 20 to 25 hours a week at that step one wage. If you took 24 hours a week, it would be approximately $3,459 per pay period. And that's just like wage only.
At the 24 hours.
Yeah,
What was that number again?
$3,459
Per pay period?
per pay.
Well, would Sky be working 24 hours a week then here? Or
She would get a stipend to her normal hourly.
But how many hours is she going to be here? It's based on an hourly thing.
She'd be here in normal hours.
Normal work week.
You base it on a full-time position, so that's why it's based off of that 84 hours.
Right. Okay, so it's not 24 hours a week.
So my concerns with that is, I'm not going to just be doing the interim finance director. I will also have to do the highway accountant as well. So I'll be doing two
That's what
jobs.
I'm asking.
Yeah, and I know, at this point, I'm not putting in a lot of overtime, but I've only been pitching in with the budgets. But I have had to put some overtime in. So I know that that is going to be, that's going to increase. That's the only way I'll be able to do both positions.
You're hourly, not salary.
Yes, I am hourly salary. So my concern is, I don't feel that that step one is fair to compensate me for, the amount of hours that I will have to put in, plus the experience, my years of service that I'm bringing to the table. I feel like step 5, if I were to take the position, that would be what I would get. And I would only have to do the one job. And since it's just a stipend, any overtime hours that I put in will be at my regular hours. That stipend is only based on those, the salaried hours. Some of my time is going to be hitting the highway budget and not, finance. So the finance department will still be saving money.
But isn't that when we appoint someone, they always go back to step 1? I mean, isn't that,
That's what the board passed for the policy. So that's what's in our handbook. The stipend is based off of this stuff.
If you're hourly, can you just work overtime then a certain amount? Is that gonna be approved in the solution? Or if you're worried about putting in more than your hours in a week, right?
I think if I can speak, I think what she's saying is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but her wage would stay at $30.19. And then she gets that, she would get, the way the handbook is written, she would get that $925 stipend every 2 weeks added to her paycheck, or every pay period, added to her paycheck. And if she worked any overtime hours, it would be time and a half at $30.19, because your wage is staying the same and then you're getting the stipend for the interim position.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But that's how the board had wanted it in the past. We've done different things for interim people. And so that's why we put that in the policy to spell out, because some interim people had been, if it's a salary position, we'll move you to salary. There was just a lot of inconsistencies with how we were handling paying our interims. And so that's why that was written in the handbook.
And I do agree with the policy, because I didn't necessarily agree with the hourly employees that we put into interim positions and continued to pay them hourly for a salaried position. So I agree with the policy in creating like a stipend. It's just, if you're only going to do it at step 1, I don't think that you're going to get internal candidates to fill those interim positions, and that's who's going to fill those interim positions. You're not going to pull somebody in from outside to fill it. So I've have over 10 years of years with the county, and at least half of that's been with the finance department. So I have a lot of inside knowledge of how things work already. I know how to use Cassell. Someone coming in from the outside doesn't have that knowledge. Yes, that's how I feel about the step one part of it.
And I just want to say, like, Baker Tilly has been great and helpful, but there's a lot that Sky knows that is pertinent to our county, things that are specific to our county that Baker Tilly isn't necessarily always aware of. So even when we did our year end, when Sky started doing budgets, there were a lot of things that she had the knowledge and background. She was able to step in and correct before it might have turned into something not so good. And I don't know, I think we really need her.
But nothing against Sky or anything, but then we're violating our own policy again. Goes back to the argument, well, why have a policy if you keep making exceptions or changing it?
What would the step 5 be?
I'm working on that right now. 4360, so minus the wage of 3019, which is what she's currently at, is a difference of $13.41 times 84 hours. $1,126.44 stipend per pay period.
That again,
$1,126.44.
Ask what the reasoning, reading the policy, that step one was selected versus how if somebody from then would take the position. So if you took the position, the policy says she would be at step 5. But if it's interim, only at step 1. I'm just curious as to the reasoning between one.
I can speak to that if that's okay.
Yeah.
So the reasoning of that is obviously our goal is to find a permanent solution. So incentivizing to our own staff instead of just taking it temporary, not that we don't appreciate temporary appointments, but the point is to incentivize, to take that position full time was the reasoning behind that. If you're going to get the same wage interim as you are for a full time, you would be getting, overtime right now and all of that, where if you take the position on a full-time basis, it's converted over to a salary position, all of that, there's not that extra. So it's kind of that incentive to take that full-time. Otherwise somebody could just sit and hang out at interim level. We're still trying to recruit.
Apply for the full-time position.
I don't want it full-time. But I'm offering interim to help out our department, because I can tell you now like Tanya said, Baker Tilly is doing a lot for us, and they are helpful, but they're not able to do everything, and so a lot of things are falling on Tanya to do, and she's gonna burn out. I can see that. I do the best that I can to help her out, and she's fairly new to the position, so she's trying to learn all of these things without any guidance, because there isn't a finance director there to guide her. either. And I had the advantage of having some experience in the finance department before I became assistant finance director. But I still needed help. I had somebody in the corner from my office to ask any question I needed. You know, she doesn't have that. So things are taking her a lot longer to do because she's trying to teach herself. You know, once our contract is up with Baker Tilly, there's no way she's gonna be able to do that on her own. That's why I'm trying to, you know, I put my hat out there for interim, basically to help her out. I like what I do at Highway.
I get both sides of this. I just hate asking to change policy already that we just passed.
Sky is aware I had a conversation with her that I disagreed. While I think she deserves that, but from a standpoint, I know we have another one that's going to be coming, asking the same thing. For higher than a step one interim rate. Finance won't be hearing that, but that will be going to personnel.
Maybe we're better off to let personnel look at the policy.
And personnel, whatever you guys recommend, personnel does have to approve it. So you could recommend personnel would have the final say. The way our handbook is written is that oversight committee recommends it to personnel. So you guys are free to recommend whatever you want, and personnel will be the one that makes the final decision on that. So you guys would simply be, you know, making that recommendation. And what I would ask for in the recommendation is to like approve Sky as the interim, if we can determine a date. I'm not sure if anyone is interested in backdating that all. I know that Sky has been doing an awful lot with the budgets, maybe not, you know, the full interim role, but I know she's been doing a lot. So I don't know what you guys would feel appropriate for a start date of that. And then what wage you would recommend, if you're recommending a step one following the policy, if you're recommending a higher step. And that would be a recommendation to personnel.
We're gonna backdate, are you looking like to the beginning of August?
I don't know, Tanya, if you can speak more on like what, how long she's been kind of helping out and what kind
I
of.
for sure would. She was starting helping with budgets because she's done everything pretty much. I mean, there's been calculations that Chris has done that's been really great. But bulk of preparing all of the budgets. It's all done by Sky. Like, I don't know what we would have done without her, to be truthful. I don't, it would have been horrific.
We know when we started meeting about the budget, but we don't know when you started preparing the stuff for the budget.
Well, the budgets were sent out to departments, like July 2nd. So I spent a couple weeks before that preparing the spreadsheets to send out.
Some of them.
It was
They were
ready.
prepared.
It was prepared.
That was my fault.
So backdated you to like June 15th. We covered by the time we started the budgets. Might make up for some of the difference in the step one and the step five, because right now you've got nothing for it.
Right. But I would have done it just to help out. I mean, I'm not looking to get backdated for this. I would have done that anyway. I think for me, it's more of like, that was helping out, where like taking the interim position is taking on a lot more. Just one piece.
I like where you're going with that. Oh, but on the other side, what's on here is interim finance director, so she really wasn't. Yeah, she was helping out in the department, and I'm not saying she doesn't deserve something for that, but she wasn't taking the role of interim finance director either.
Is Baker Tilly done?
We're a couple thousand away from hitting the 110, so pretty soon.
It's not a date. It's just
Dollar
a
amount.
dollar amount.
Yeah.
Means we're gonna be spending more.
Like 82, 83,000 with them, I think, through the end of July.
August is probably a happy month.
From the fiscal perspective, the more Sky does, if we're in there less we. Even if it was at a step 5.
Motion in mind, two.
Then we have the policy that says step 1.
It's gotta go to personnel either way. If it goes to step 5, it's gonna, either way, it's gotta go full board. Step 5 would have to go to full board, step 1 would not, cause that'd be within the policy.
Step 1 or 5 wouldn't, because the handbook just says that the recommendation is to oversight committee to personnel who makes a final approval.
Personnel handbook says we can only do a step 1 though, right?
No, well, the personnel handbook says that those employees temporarily appointed to positions of a higher employment category shall be paid at a stipend that is based off of step 1 hourly rate at that new pay grade. Personnel has oversight of the handbook, so, and they get to make the
If you're gonna
approval.
go out of bounds on the handbook and make any changes, et cetera, to the handbook, that requires full board approval in my mind.
Yeah, cause it says shall. It doesn't sound like it's a recommendation. It says shall.
Says, it sounds like we should change a policy then, in a sense. I mean, that's my only concern. I mean,
Well, the policy was
the
written
right
so
thing
it
to do
doesn't,
is send it to full board if you're gonna
the policy was
skirt up.
changed and
policy.
policy was changed and written to that, so it doesn't have to go through all of those steps. It's oversight committee and
Step 1 though.
oversight and personnel can make the recommendation to go outside of that.
But it says,
Shall isn't you have to, shall is they shall. So you can,
Could,
What defines shall?
could.
I mean, I'm fine if you take it to full board. I'm not saying, you can't. That
I
would
feel
be
like
Sal's decision if they didn't want to make that final approval.
Google says this of shall. Order, promise, requirement, or obligation. Just saying.
We've gotten hung up on it in, court case before on shall versus.
All right.
It was not a court case.
Oh, okay.
It was a work comp challenge, or I'm sorry, a work unemployment challenge. But yeah, shall bid us. Shall does not mean must.
Maybe we need to say should here in the future. I mean,
Oh,
the
What
committee,
shall does is shall gives you guys the opportunity to prove a hire if that's what you see fit.
okay, we're not here to discuss personnel policies. I'll stop it.
okay, then. In that case, I will make the motion to approve. Are we approving the person?
I would make a motion to recommend, so not to approve, but to recommend Sky for the interim finance director position effective back to whatever date at a step, whatever stipend and forward to personnel.
I will make a motion to recommend the interim finance director position for Sky backdated to June 15th at a step 5. And if personnel feels like the buck's off, I would suggest to them, that's not part of my motion, but I would suggest that they feel that that's outside the parameters. They either change that handbook or vote it down and say, no, it's outside the authority. That part's not part of my motion. The motion is backdated to at a step 5.
There's a motion on the floor from Mr. Undershoot to approve Sky as interim finance director, send to personnel with step 5 back pay beginning June 15th. Is there a second? Second. Have a second. A second, motion dies. For a new motion,
You're up.
Well, I had already said that she wasn't looking for it to go back necessarily to June 15th because she was doing this to help us out. Policy says to step 1. So I think another date. Because if she's been putting in overtime and everything, then that changes all the pay going back to June 15th. If she's put in other overtime and everything.
Overtime is
For
paid
this.
at the, sorry.
Go ahead. You're gonna say the same thing.
Overtime is paid at the person's base. That's why we went to a stipend version. So the overtime wouldn't be paid on the step 1 of the promotion step. It would be paid at the employee's full rate of pay.
So what you'd be,
maybe what needs to be addressed here is that the overtime when a person's filling a position like this needs to be at the rate of pay to match the step 1.
no, that's why.
Why this policy is in place.
It sounds like it would take care of a lot of the discussion we've had instead of worrying about step 5.
Well, but again, though, the reason the policy was put in place is because someone's stepping in as the interim, making $10 an hour more than they normally would, incurring all of this overtime. They're making way more as an interim than they would if they just took the position full time. So you've taken away their incentive to, why would you not be the interim for 10 years then? You're
If your
kind of,
salary,
exactly, because if you took the position, you'd be salaried and you'd see a big drop in pay.
But then that's why we always put end dates on those type of motions too. But yeah, there should always be an end date on an interim position.
Our end dates on interim is until filled, so if we never fill it.
We've had one for over a year now.
But you can change that in your motion. You can put an end date.
in that same department, or in the department, I should say.
Correct, yes, and yes,
And also, yeah,
as Ashley saying, that interim is making more, being paid hourly at that step 1 rate than what we're budgeting for step 5 budget.
and also I will say Sky has done a lot more than just budgets. So she's selling herself short. She has helped with audit questions. She has helped with like fund balance transfers, closing out 2024, random geo questions. There's a lot more than just budgets that Sky has been doing.
Wasn't it originally kind of proposed in personnel August 1st? I recall part of the discussion when we briefly touched on it there. This is new to me that, no offense, don't take anything I say personal, please. But it was, I had no awareness that Sky had been doing this since middle of June. I just thought it was something recent that she'd kind of acquired or was willing to do, but I thought we roughly, was it you or I don't remember which one, but
I think
that's
August
a big-
1st was,
August 1st is kind of like maybe a start date when we were discussing it in
I
personnel.
think that was for the other interim that we talked about. Because Mr. Willingham had stated that he'd be fine backdating it, but we never set a date. 'Cause remember, personnel didn't want to approve it, so we sent it back to finance, and then Mr. Willingham had brought up that we could always backdate it, but we didn't discuss what a date would be.
Okay. The other one,
But I think like when there's a vacancy, a lot of people pitch in, like Tanya is doing things outside of her job description as well. So I think trying to pinpoint, like, when did Sky start taking on, that's gonna be difficult just because like in the zoning department right now, there is no one. So a lot of that staff is taking on extra duties. And that's just kind of what you do when there's a vacancy, but she's willing to step in and take that title now.
Yeah, everybody does it. And I don't know, I show enough empathy, but when I spent 7 hours before finance meeting going through things for a 40-hour meeting, hard for me to feel real sorry either, but I get it. I get it. Everybody's going above and beyond right now. Well, gentlemen, we're getting way over here. We have the DA's office here, so we need to get this wrapped up, whether it's right, wrong, or otherwise. I feel I should make the motion. I'll second it if I like it. There's something out there, worst they can do is fail.
Mr. Chairman.
If you feel like nothing, then we'll be done with it. What? What?
I think we'd have to agree on a date.
The date part's the easy part to agree on. If you got a suggestion,
Well, I'm not on finance, so I don't know about the August 1st date or for another interim or whatever.
It's you are on finance.
this is.
I mean, on.
I know what you meant, but I couldn't help it, sorry.
I thought for a second we didn't have a quorum.
Am I in the wrong committee meeting? Terry?
We can arrange that. So. Well, I guess we gotta agree on a date.
And Sky is just helping out. With the goodness of her heart, I'm sure she would appreciate any sort of back date. So if you did a back date to August 1st.
So I would be good with August 1st. Because she has done a lot of work on these things. If she agrees to that. Again, whether it's step 1 or step 5, again, I hate avoiding policy. I mean, yeah, I said nothing against Sky, but we have a policy and they don't. When we break it all the time, like they say, why have a policy? Keep moving on.
Your motion.
Step what? Or you can pass the buck to personnel. They oversee the handbook and recommend what you want and tell them to deal with it.
Well, okay, I'll make the motion to approve Sky as interim finance director effective August retro to August 1st. And I'll go with the policies on step 1. Turn it down or reject?
Okay, that's the completion of your motion.
Yes.
I have a motion.
Well, and forward to.
No.
Personnel.
Motion from Mr. Wedwick to approve Sky as the interim finance director at step 1.
Second.
Effective August 1st and forward to personnel. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
A second from Mr. Undershoot. Any further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
All opposed, there's none, so. All right. Next order of business is the DA's budget.
All right, so, I'm Crystal, for anyone that
Morning.
doesn't know, and RDA.
You
So,
all know me.
so our budgets, we have 4 of them that were under our department. At this point, all of them are, well, I can just go through them one at a time. The first one would be our district attorney budget. That one is basically hitting right within our levy target. It's actually $6 over because they adjusted our phone thing and I didn't artificially decrease it somewhere else. Within that, all of these budgets actually did go to our oversight. There was nothing that they rejected or asked to have changed on that. Our income on our DA budget is based on things like discovery, which is set by statute, and which we have no control over how much discovery there is in a case that needs to be sent out. Body cam, that kind of thing, everything is reimbursed at the state rate, which is per megabyte, per page, per disk. It's all set by statute. So that part, we just budget what is conservative. We also have income that comes in from our diversion program. That was just negotiated a few years ago. That's $100 per diversion that's entered into. That's pretty common across the state. So there is just that small amount of income that comes in. And the vast majority of our budget is personnel. It is required by statute that the county provide the staff and the expenses for the district attorney's office. In exchange, the state covers the DA and AG position. So there's very little leeway in that. We cut it back as far as we could last year. And right now, if all goes well in a year, this is a very accurate budget. However, with any kind of complicated trial, there is always the potential that those numbers will go up for things like witness fees, even court fees, things like that. So there is always that chance that we will be over in those lines, but we keep our committee updated on where we're at on those. Does anyone have questions on that particular budget on the 06 line?
Next, or two.
On the 06, well, the 106, 51, 3,
Oh, okay.
A1.
I'm looking at tabs, not lines. Never mind.
Oh,
Sorry.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that got me the last meeting we had. I was way off on another page.
Okay. The next budget I can brief you on is the crime victim witness coordinator. That one is also required by statute. There is a whole section that got approved and intensified a few years ago with Marcy's Law. Those are required services that we have to provide by statute. And again, the budget is almost entirely personnel. That budget, however, we do get some reimbursement. It's not a grant. It is a reimbursement that happens at the 5-month and then the 7-month after that mark by the state. They reimburse based on the amount that they have taken in during the year for things like the domestic abuse surcharges and for the different fees that the state takes in and the amount that is submitted from the counties. They divide that up. We budget at 50.41% reimbursement because that is the last number that we had last year when we were doing it, and it's a conservative number. It has been higher than that many times. Earlier this year, our first 5-month mark was at a 54% reimbursement. But again, it is not guaranteed. I don't think I've ever seen it drop below 45%. And sometimes it's up as close as 60. But again, that's something that we don't have any control over. But because it's required by statute, we're just grateful for whatever they do reimburse back to us. So we budgeted at a more conservative amount of reimbursement on that. Does anyone have any questions about that crime victim witness budget?
So the wages, the appropriation, the salary's going up 54 to 59.
So up until last year, That position was it's required by statute, but county had the advantage of having a VOCA grant out of the sheriff's department in addition to what we had in the DA's office. So our employee actually worked 5 hours in our office and then 3 flexible hours in the sheriff's office under that VOCA grant. When that money went away, we couldn't get rid of her time. We still need her to be in our office, and we had a very good working relationship with the sheriff's office where she could be in our office whenever needed and still fulfill her grant down there. So there was actually a budget amendment and everything that passed last December that changed her from being 5 hours in our office and 3 hours in the sheriff's to being 7.75 in our office when that grant went away. So that is why there is such a large increase in those numbers, is because in 2025, she was actually only at that 7.75 hours in our office from March 1st on. So it was a prorated year to use up the rest of our grant, the rest of her grant there to maximize what the county could reimburse.
The hours have gone up.
So that's why we did get to have it be a smaller amount for 2025, even though it was approved for the whole year.
It was about 118 hours that she spent in the sheriff's department at the beginning of this year, so. Like difference.
So it isn't that it's going up, it was that we were able to reduce it for this year by expending that grant down there first. The next one I can go over is the drug court budget. That one is fully grant funded, not fully. It is primarily grant funded. That is not actually approved for next year yet. They actually haven't come out with a grant announcement yet. But it's a non-competitive year, so it will most likely be approved for next year at around the $120,000 that the county is eligible for. In order to get that, they have to have a match of 25%, which is in the 40,000 range. Now, the vast majority of that is made up by in-kind matches of things like the jail captain or sheriff's office being at the meetings, having any sanctions that they have them placed in the jail, we can reimburse, we can use that amount as part of our match. A certain amount of the floor plan and square footage and stuff is able to be accounted for as part of that match. So monetarily, the only actual expense in this budget is Rich's MRT time that was approved years ago, that he, instead of paying an outside contractor 4 hours a week to provide MRT, the drug court pays him to do it, and that is part of our match. That helps us get the match that secures the rest of the funding. So the levy line in the drug court grant is his 4 hours a week for MRT, which comes out to about $5,200. And then everything else, even though these individual lines may not be exactly accurate because the grant announcement hasn't come out yet, they will add up to the amount that we can submit for reimbursement. So those individual lines may fluctuate, but the only actual county cost is the match for the MRT time. There's always potential that we may not be able to account for that 25% match without having to come and request other different things or make other slight changes to the program. But so far they've been very fortunate in being able to match that with in-kind things. And so the benefit to the county versus what they're spending is balanced out that way.
What happens if you don't get the grant?
So right now, I believe that position is fully grant funded. So I would assume that if the grant doesn't come, then it would just end at the end of December, because it is a January 1st to December 31st grant.
You normally know that by,
I'm sorry?
when do you normally know if you got the grant?
Usually in December, but because it's a non-competitive year, because we have the grant this year, unless they literally fail to submit the application in time, next year should be pretty much guaranteed that we'll have that grant. I believe the year after that is competitive. And then I have no idea what the odds are, going into that.
Makes it competitive.
So there are certain years where you apply for the grant and it's up for, anyone can apply for it if you meet obviously their criteria and they decide who gets the money. After that competitive year, I don't know what their reasoning is, but basically this last time it was, I believe, 5 years where as long as you comply, you get to keep continuing it rather than starting and stopping a program. So as long as they submit the grant and they meet the criteria, it should be a nice, simple thing that it is awarded next year. Whereas then the following year, depending on what money is available, what their options, there's just so many more variables in a competitive year.
This is a state grant.
This is a state grant, yes. Any other questions on the drug court? The other one that falls under the DA budget is RRYP. That is Rich Gauger's position. That one is, again, primarily wages is the primary cost in there. There are very little other expenses. The thing that is very unique about this budget is that there is very little income that comes in from participant fees, even though they did increase that a few years ago. The majority of the reimbursement on that comes out of DHHS after the year is complete, out of any remaining money that they have in other things like youth aids and other different grant lines. So while we have budgeted for reimbursement on revenue on there, there is zero guarantee of any of that. And there is no way to know. And I did check with Ashley on that in DHHS, and she said there's no way to know until the end of the year what they're going to have left to put towards us. Now, some years like last year, they reimbursed the full amount. You had an absolute zero levy for the county because they had enough left in different funds that they covered the whole program for the year. Some years it's been down as low as 3,000 that's reimbursed. In 2019, they reimbursed 42,000. I mean, it's a huge variable. It's very, very out of our hands with that position, and it is a part-time position. It is not required by statute, but it is one of those areas that really will impact what we see down the line, because it's mostly working with juveniles and may deter them being in the court system later on. So from that perspective, not having that program could have bigger implications if it were ever cut.
I guess in the year and a half that I have been here, I can count juvenile cases on one hand and have fingers left over. That program really does a lot of good and keeps people out of the system. So I'm a big fan of that program.
And have any other questions on that or on any of the budgets?
So this year, the grants are gonna cover pretty much that whole budget, right? The 26,500 is what you're expected for revenue out of that for the year.
Oh, and RRYP? No, they covered last year. So that's where we find out in like February of March of next year, we'll find out what our income is to offset for 2025. We have no knowledge while it's ongoing.
Those numbers were pulled from HHS's budget, because that's what they're projecting for 26 that they'll have left to transfer to this budget, and then the 30,000 is what they're budgeting for expense in their youth aids. So that's where I pulled those numbers in.
Coordinated.
Yep.
You know where the levy targets come from? So all these things say levy target, and then everybody comes in like or over our levy target. Is
So-
that make a balanced budget if everybody hits their levy targets, or we still have a deficit?
Yeah, it still would be a deficit. Those levy targets, when Jamie and I inherited the budget, there were numbers already in there. And then we made adjustments for the implementation of the wage scale. And then they adjust for, wage differences. The base number though, doesn't really change. So we're not adjusting it for any inflation or anything like that.
The only thing that changes is
So-
the wages.
Yeah, those are inherited numbers. So
When we put a levy, I guess I was wondering the same thing. So when we put a levy target number in, aren't we trying to match with our levy by not going over? Is that the goal with these numbers? They're all gonna add up to what we have available for levy funds?
No. Yeah,
and I don't know that that's possible with, between just thinking of the bigger budgets, the couple in the sheriff's department, highway, like our levy amount is really not that high. So though, I mean, I don't know that would be reasonable.
I think that, I think Jamie talked about that and everything too, that these levy targets, they really didn't know where they came from, and you would think, and so it's a guide, but it's, like you're saying, it doesn't, all the levy targets don't add up to a balanced budget. And you will soon see that. Right.
So
It just seems like
it's kind of deceiving.
for the purpose of
is.
budgeting,
It is, so some of them, it's really hard to assign a levy target to because, they have return to levy. So how do you, like the forestry budget with their stumpage revenue, how do you tell them that, well, you have to bring in this much stumpage revenue to hit your levy target? Because we need that. That is something that they really can't control, but we've benefited from their, high numbers in stumpage revenue. Yes.
It was a slush fund, the way I looked at it, but I don't wanna, let's stay a little more on track, yep, sorry, but. Okay, then we have any questions of the year's office while they're here and any of their budgets here? And then it pops into mind, guys. All right, thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great day.
You too.
Before we start, is Chris on yet?
Oh, I've been on the whole time.
Okay, morning.
Good
So
morning.
what's your thoughts? This is Jim. What's your thoughts
Jim.
on how these levy targets are put on these sheets? I mean, because I guess the way I've always viewed this is that that's kind of our goal to hit, to try to get somewhat balanced.
Yeah, I feel like they haven't been reconciled in years. I think it's just an ongoing target, and when you're out of that structural balance, so the first meeting, like when we talked about it, and I think it was Phil that had a question about, wait, are we still out of balance by that use of fund balance? I think that's what the issue is that there's that use of fund balance for 1.2 million. And so these levy targets have just grown over the years, but hasn't tied to the levy limit. And I think that does cause a lot of confusion. So Sky and I talked about that specifically. I took a look at it, and I think the departments expect that to grow every year. And so we did make adjustment to it, I believe, but it still did not tie back to that. I believe it's 9.2 million as the target for fiscal 26. I think that is an exercise that once the budget is proposed and passed, I think there should be an exercise to then go back to that levy target and balance it. But that would mean that structural issue would almost be prorated by the departments, because I think that's what's causing the confusion.
Thank you.
Maybe then that would be a project to start working on after. It's like filing though, so next year, because I mean, we go through this and we're like, well, how much do we gotta cut out of here? And we're looking at the same thing. The department who's coming are like, we're levy target, and then we get to the end and we're like, yeah, we're over budget. Where do we cut? We start looking, we're like, well, everybody is within, so that would be a good project. I mean, obviously, we're in the middle of budget cycle, so.
I think it's something that's kind of been, it's been there in back of our minds, but I mean, we're always jumping from one thing to the next, we've always got something, between audit and year end and, everything going on. So by the time we're done with budgets in November, we're already starting to think about year end 1099s and W-2s and things like that. So it's kind of hard to find time in between those things that come every year to kind of tackle that.
Post on the best interim finance director this side of the Flambeau River, so get these resolved soon.
I think that you would think the
We
goal would be
were gonna butter her up.
that the levy targets should all tie out to what the thing is.
Yes,
But that's gonna be a lot of work because a lot of these things are just plain wrong.
I agree with that, but if you look at the actually, what they're projecting, what their expenses are, so even if you look at, we could look at actuals, we pull that all together, it's what they're actually spending, and that would mean huge cuts in some places. I don't.
Well, somehow, I think it needs to be our goal after budget. This committee needs to simplify, and maybe there's no way to do it, I don't know. But it's come up with some type of, so maybe the next time it'd be a whole different group of people on this committee, you never know. But something that can be followed, get the county, keep the county in line with maybe some safety valves, whatever they may be in there. But what concerns me right now is we're starting out the year with pulling 1.5 or whatever it was out of general fund. And we can't continue to do that. We addressed that last year. So there's gonna be some questions coming when we get this done. And already by looking at it, I mean, we've made $200 cuts in here. So that ain't gonna get us there. I can already tell by looking at this. That's you almost like eliminate a major department. So we're gonna get this budget in line, but
So I think to Sky's point, what has happened is that historically, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we have always pulled something from fund balance
To balance.
to balance the budget.
Yep.
So what happens is these departments get used to constantly exceeding their levy limit because the board says, okay, that's fine. We don't want to make a cut. We'll pull from fund balance. So all of our budgets are operating artificially high, if you will, because the board has always, or for the last at least 5 years that I looked at, pulled from fund balance. So that's what she means by if you truly want to get down to what the levy limit is, that's going to mean some pretty big cuts. Because the board has always let departments operate above the levy limit. So they've set their budgets like that. They've added more staff or they've increased their contractual amounts and things like that. So getting down to a true levy limit is going to mean some major cuts.
I thought about 4 years ago, it was close. I mean, last year was the worst, right?
So
Here's kind of falling behind if I remember.
I have,
Right.
so I have the history here in that budget summary that we do, and like 2021, our levy, we budgeted to use a little over 96,000 of fund balance. So that was the best year there.
That year, how much ARPA money did you have?
2021,
I had a shit pile of ARPA money in 21.
it's true. ARPA funds kind of,
We did, but we
yeah,
We
artificially.
did, but we spent it, I mean, quite a bit of that, or I'm not gonna say all, but quite a bit of it went to projects.
Projects,
maybe
not on.
had to do and equipment, yeah.
Budgets, you know, because we didn't have budget for that.
But
Well, it
then
definitely helped us out tremendously.
what kind of service contracts or, ongoing expenses
from that.
came from those projects? But
True.
then you jump to 2023 and it was 2.2 million. I know when, I inherited the budgets, I met with the, that finance director right before she left. And she went through this with me and, her plan was to use a 5-year average of our profits or losses, to determine what we would pull from general fund. But at that time, we were seeing these returns to the general fund from HHS and from forestry with stumpage revenue. So we had profits. So we weren't using that fund balance that we said we were going to. Because some of those things didn't, they came in under budget, or revenue came in over. So
Oh, and not good news is, I think it's kind of looking forward, stumpage revenue. Yes, so there's some major changes in the next couple of years.
Mhm.
We're gonna end up by pulling more and more out of the general fund. I mean, that's not getting replenished through excess stumpage.
and, I mean, we're not the only county that's
Oh, correct.
being squeezed.
Yeah. Big time, yeah.
Um,
Inflation and rising wages and things like that. We are not the only, yeah, like Sky said, this is statewide.
mhm. If it gets bad enough,
Cutting
maybe the
positions.
state will,
Uh,
something,
We've just had a discussion about position eliminations.
Well, and
Right.
it's not only
I'm just saying,
taking the levy limits, how do you allocate,
Most of the budget, right?
allocate that by department? And that way, that's another major.
correct, right?
Even if you got the levy limits to tie out, then how are you going to allocate that?
Yeah. And some of them, some of them are hard to, kind of update, or I don't know, I don't know where the beginning number came from, but in HHS's budgets, they don't have their wage stuff, broken out in their budgets. Because their employees are all over, their multiple pots of money, they figure that out on their own. So I'm not sure, how increasing wages is going to affect that budget. Plus they have grant dollars.
Grants.
So, and same with highway too, highways, levy limit hasn't been adjusted at all for years. I know there was one year, I don't remember what year, it was decreased. And then it stayed there. I haven't touched that one because I think we might have adjusted it for the, wage scale implementation. Because we had estimates of how that was gonna impact each department, but other than that.
Part of the point we're looking at position eliminations once we get close to the end of the next meeting. We should probably start that discussion at the board right away so that the board can direct ahead of time on that.
Yes, yeah.
Well, I'm already getting a few questions asking. Some people don't understand why and where we went over last year. A couple of people I got the questions from, I know it was explained quite well where and why we went over last year, but so I guess we're gonna have to figure out a way, maybe Jimmy and I, whatever, that somehow.
well, and yeah, we can do that for sure. We can put a summary together, but on that checklist that I had sent to you guys, one of the sections is on staffing. And I know that Chris had also brought up, when we have these department heads come in, just say, hey, do you have any current vacant positions? Do you think, how long has it been vacant? Do you think it could stay vacant? Have that conversation with them, because you could start to wonder if something's been vacant for 6 months, is it a need? Or is that something the department could take on?
Don't these all go to the personnel committee already anyways to either say that they're needed or not needed positions? Don't they get approved at the personnel committee meetings?
But a lot of the positions we're not filling have been approved by personnel, and they're not getting applicants, is my point. So like, if it's been vacant for 6 months, have that conversation with the department head to see, is that a position we could pull off of advertising? Could that be absorbed into the department, or are we really struggling right now? I think
So
only the
of course-
department head can tell you that.
Have you seen the form that comes to us for personnel?
I've seen it, yeah.
So I'm gonna get off the weeds here, but anyhow, we can have that discussion later. Tom's here right now, but if we got free time, I'll bring it back to that later. But yeah, sometimes it gets a little muddied. You're left to believe that this is really needed, but if you're not in there, you have to take that person's word for it. And yes, when you have 10 other people working there, no one wants to assume someone else's job if they're not there. But it's gonna come down to either the county has to cut somewhere, and it's not gonna be, either you cut some services and maybe it takes an extra week to get back to someone on something but at least we're still providing a service in certain cases.
I have one more point to make about, like the levy limits and such. So in the budgets, all of the departments had to project their 2025, right? So that pulls into my summary too. And with how they projected, granted, that's using the $500,000 that we borrowed for HHS. Without the amount of fund balance we'll be using is $312,000, and
From last year
for 2025. Yeah, so that's
or
what departments are projecting, and we thought we were going to use 1.2 million. So I think in the budget process there.
It helps when people quit and we don't fill them.
Also in the budget process, they're afraid of going over. So they're budgeting something that, okay, I'm comfortable with this. And if I go under, if they go under, they go under. That's fine and dandy, but they're terrified of going over. So they want to make sure they have what they think they're going to use. Yeah, what they need.
That's understandable.
Well, I think
Right,
these
yeah.
monthly budget reports that have to be done are waking them up to it too. And I think that's a good thing. I mean, calling out maybe problems early, and some of them you just can't fix. But I mean.
Right. There are things that are going to come up.
Right, but at least it's better than coming into December 31st blind and all of a sudden, wow, this is going along.
They all can't budget for worst case scenarios either, that's
Can't
where,
afford that.
yeah, we can't afford that. And I'm not saying that they're all doing that, but some of them might be, or they might be not doing worst case scenario, but doing a little bit more, just so they have a little cushion, Cause I don't want to be on that naughty list of going over.
If I could,
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
sorry, Mr. Chair, if I could chime in, I think there is a fine balance that needs to be, thought about because, everybody wants a structurally balanced budget, which means that the money coming in equals the money going out. And so you can continue at the current levels. But to Sky's point, I haven't seen a single budget that shows any sort of vacancy savings. And if you think about the percent of the budget that is personnel and the number of vacant positions every year that generates that savings, that's that's where it would be nice to tie a percentage or some number related to a vacant position. Accrual is what I used to call it, but it's basically vacancy savings throughout the year. Because, you talk about cuts, about trying to get to that perfect budget, but you're always going to have those built-in savings because staff don't want to show a vacancy for fear that it may get cut. So that's something too that I think between now and the next meeting is that, if we look at the current vacant positions and then put a number to that, that may actually help you frame up what that quote unquote general fund use should be. But really it's more vacancy savings because like from what Sky just showed, you have 1.2 million budgeted in fiscal 25 for general fund use. But right now you're at about 312,000, which could go up and down based on, the rest of the year. But that's where I just caution to maybe not call it a general fund use, but maybe actually try to tie it to the position savings because it goes on every year.
Not a bad idea.
I would guess the last couple of years we've had like a higher amount with the vacancies that.
And they're higher dollar vacancies too. Several of them.
Department heads out.
And we inherently budget, so the wages and finance does in the budgets. And, so we're put in there, we're gonna fill this position, I tried to, estimate like when a position might get filled. So if a position is open, this month, well, we probably ain't gonna get anybody in there until like October at the earliest. So, so there are some budget savings in there based on that, but like for next year, we're budgeting that position is going to be filled all year, and that may not happen.
It's time to tackle that.
Jim Meyer.
It sounds like you're volunteering.
Second that.
There needs to be someone more qualified than myself.
You got a CPA.
I could come up with a number, but
They're doing a lot of stuff already. You will be in hog heaven. Animal shelter comes in.
You trimmed all the.
it's that bad, huh? Is that bad, Mr. Wedwick? That's what he's saying.
Right down to one guy, one lady, that's all they.
Well, let's
Yeah, I think we can
let's
vote now.
hold some of these thoughts. We got a long day, but I thank you, Chris, for putting that in here. And I think that is something we should look at and try to
Gotta get up here so I can't see from
way to
here.
handle.
Tom, are there any,
Thank you, Mr. Hall, for being so patient with us.
Absolutely.
are there any vacant spots that can stay vacant?
I don't have a vacant spot. People like to work for me. Actually, some emails and text along that line.
Coming in with a little swagger
A
this.
little swagger this morning, yeah.
Don't want to work for you.
There you go. Questions? I brought the forms that she sent.
What do you want us to cut?
I didn't make out all kinds of notes like some people did. Oof. Because ambulance budget, our levy amount hasn't changed for years. We keep using our fund balance which is like you guys using your fund balance. Eventually it'll be gone, but for now it works to keep the levy cost where it's been. Levy target of 709,673, final asked amount 709,673. But that's using, how much was that using? 106,000? 106,000 from our fund balance. Which, okay, that's what it's there for. Again, this is a service, so I can't swear up, down and sideways that that's where we're gonna land. It should be where we land. It's, I do it on a 5-year average and that's what it is. Now, the ambulance budget is not only above your levy cap, so if you cut my budget, it doesn't help another department. It just goes back to tax savings, basically. But it's also controlled by what's called the MO, maintenance of effort. Fire departments have them now, ambulance services have them. The state said, hey, we're gonna give you more money,
The maintenance, what?
maintenance of effort. So what it is, they came out from the state, said, we're gonna give you more grant money, which we went from about 6,500 to 49,000 last year. Grant money for the ambulance, which is a different account, but it gets used in this budget. But the maintenance of effort is that you can't cut the ambulance budget. You can't cut staff, you can't cut wages, you can't cut rigs, can't cut equipment. Because the maintenance of effort all comes from the townships. So Connie has a list every year she sends to me, and I have to send them out a maintenance of effort contract that we haven't cut anything. And then the townships pay to the county that amount for ambulance service. So the county, it's not really the county levy, it's the townships paying the county levy. And that's not allowed to be changed. If you change it, my understanding, and I've read it several times, and I think Ashley's looked at it, is dollar for dollar of shared revenue you lose for every dollar you cut from your ambulance budget. So that's how they're tying you to keeping your ambulance service where it's at. Which, when we're not increasing the levy, I don't know why you would. It's a service that we've provided since the mid-70s here in Russ County. It's a good service. We have a good team, good people. That's what it costs to operate. Now, we did make some changes because my idea of budgeting is different than Sky's, so we got that straightened out in our meeting for the end of the year totals. And Tanya, her ideas of budgeting and mine are different too. So, but that's just because I'm a farmer and that's how I think. I guess really questions. You know, they've got the wages, again, the wages came from the finance department. They put them in before I ever got it. Right? Oh, no, we fixed them that day.
Tom, we did make some changes based on, realistic, like his first responders, the per diems went up.
Well, they went up a little bit, but the responses have went way up.
Yeah.
They're going to calls now,
We adjusted that.
which is a good thing. You know, I'm not gonna say, hey, you guys gotta stop going to calls because it's costing us too much money. We just need to adjust the budget and move some money from equipment or something there, because we can move within the budget. We just can't lower the whole budget. That one.
Then he's planning on, asking for a 3% raise for his ambulance employees because they're not on the wage scale. So
So mine are done by resolution when they get done.
to match what the general employees would be getting. So that's built in there. We keep that levy target the same, just so it doesn't impact the taxpayers, that it's a constant. So, I mean, we could increase it, apparently not cut it, because, but we could
According to the
increase
motion.
it, but then, that would be an increase to the taxpayers. So we've just kind of kept that level since he does have that fund balance. Just because it says he's gonna use 106,000. I mean,
Yeah, we won't know until April. Right? Probably what that total is.
Why don't you just put the wage scale, does that have to do with?
They were on the original one and then they got taken off because they were part-time, but now we have 8 full-timers.
right, but so you would have, you would have a mix of some of his employees are full-time, others are not.
Mhm. So the idea was just leave them off, do it by resolution and do it as a whole group. And it also keeps them so that full-time person now with the stuff we've added on, like 50 cents after 5 years, another 50 after 10 years, and $1 when they're working full-time, that's their benefit for being full-time. Otherwise, the base wage is all the same. They're all $19.26 base. So the 3% would be off of that base, not their additional pay for longevity and full-time. That way everybody's the same. And that has been a big issue with our committee, is to keep them as close to the same, pay them for longevity, pay them for working on a full-time truck, because again, a full-time job takes them away from home work, but keep the base the same. And that would be my resolution that I would be bringing recommend to you guys, personnel and county board, is to just change that base rate now. And again, to follow everybody else. So I mean, if I don't,
Well, that'd be the only advantage I would see of having it on a wage scale is somehow it won't get left behind or get ahead
right,
of, be just more consistent.
yep, and that was my
Not
point.
that you can't do that by resolution.
Right, and that's been my point forever. Why aren't they on the wage scale? But it just has never, personnel's never moved back to putting them back on. And it's like, okay, then I'll do what I need to do to keep them, Sky's been good. Jamie was always good. Let me know what's going on with everybody else so that I can follow suit and get it done in time.
Everybody else has got their.
This first page, yeah. So I'm a little confused here that, or I was in La La Land, but the first responders, it says when you click on your notation, increase to 20,000. That's supposed to be increased by 20,000.
20,000, I think.
Maybe.
And the next one says the same thing. So it was throwing me off a little.
That might have been what he originally put in there, but then you were looking at the actual 6-month amounts. So 20,000 was only going to cover where he was at for 6 months. And so I think we increased those, and I didn't remove those or change those,
Notes.
comments. Yeah. So.
And I'm trying to remember why we didn't, it looks like last year we stopped, or maybe the year before we didn't budget either, but unemployment comp.
Unemployment isn't something we typically budget for.
Okay.
It's an unknown.
Yeah, and in,
We hope that,
Yes.
yeah, we hope that we don't have any, it's the same as, insurance claims.
and in theory, somebody that works for the ambulance doesn't have to file for unemployment with the ambulance when most of them have another job. And we've never laid anybody off here that would collect unemployment, although I think we had one that did, that got terminated. But, so it's hard to budget for that.
We haven't laid anybody off, how come $184 and 700.
That was somebody that claimed unemployment that shouldn't have. It was like, it takes me a couple hours to go through all the paperwork to determine if they're eligible. Plus what finance has to do on the payroll side, and they get like $15 a paycheck, because they make so little here. They might only had 6 on-call hours at $3 an hour, they made $18. Well, you couldn't get much unemployment on that. But because they filed as an ambulance employee, we have to go through all the things, and eventually that's what it works up to. But you see in 24, $713, that was the whole year, so not much.
So eventually they got denied unemployment then?
No, they got it, but it was like probably 17 cents a paycheck, when you're only making $18 a week or a week.
You didn't lay them off. Are they eligible?
Because they got laid off at their regular job.
That's affected by that.
Yeah, that's affected.
Yep.
Yeah. And all I can do is say, well, they're not eligible because I have plenty of hours to give them. If they want the hours, come and take the hours. Well, it doesn't equal up to what they made, so then they still get that margin.
See.
Yeah, it's a cluster, yeah.
Okay.
You're still guilty.
Yeah, I'm still gonna pay them one way or the other.
Gotcha. All right.
Which again, I don't want to not pay them and irritate them, we're not standing behind them, but. Yeah. What else? I don't think. That budget, I don't think there was any big increases, just kind of stayed where it is.
Oh, okay. We're on this. Okay.
252 is the ambulance grant. Again, as you can see, I budgeted for 65 last year. We got 49,733. I would anticipate our base rate went from 5,000, actually 3,500 last year to 10,000, and we ended up with 49. I don't know exactly what it's going to come out. So I don't have that. I don't think we automatically put that into the other fund, into the 250. It sits in here. This I'm buying radios with because our portable radios, handheld radios are getting end of life. They are end of life. They can't be fixed. So I just ordered 10 more at $20,000. So that'll eat up some of that fund balance. And I don't know how much is left in there right now. We'd have to look. That's a July 1st to June 30th grant. We didn't use that 49,000 because Tom wasn't feeling very good about shopping right about then. So it sat there. So I'm escrowing it into this year. So we can escrow that into the next year. Actually can do it for 2 years, I believe. So we'll get this year's grant plus that money in 26. So we'll have that for some equipment purchases. Again, that can't supplant money in your budget. So the money I have in budget for equipment has to be used for equipment. This is other stuff, you know, what new piece of equipment do you want in the truck? What haven't you replaced for a while that we have to replace? We bought cots with it before we bought that kind of stuff. So that's what that grant is used for.
So you're doing a radio upgrade too, in a sense.
Yeah, I have all new radios that came through that program for my trucks.
Okay, along with the sheriff or whatever?
Yep.
Okay,
They're still sitting in my office because they haven't got installed yet. I've had one installed in the new rig we got this spring. That one has the new radio in, but the other four, I just emailed the guy again today because they were here and did the sheriff. And I said, well, when you coming back to do mine? And they're, well, we're busy, blah, blah, blah. Well, schedule me so I can get these truck radios in.
good, then you'll have upgrades then.
Yeah, and then what I'm upgrading, Jim, is the little handheld portables that they carry that are also a pager. They can't be fixed anymore.
Those ones that go on their side or.
Yeah, that they carry with them. Yeah. And they're smaller, you know, they're tiny little radios, but they're still $2,000 a piece.
So
So
they're gonna run off the new towers.
no, they'll run off new towers. Yep. My old radio was towers. We're just not sure how good they're gonna work, you know, until they flip the switch, which they think is gonna be the end of next week. We don't know what happened, but so anyway, that's that one. And that's called the FAP grant, the Funding Assistance Program for the ambulance. It's 100% grant. There's no levy money in that, right? Right, because there's no levy target for that one. This one here, LEPC operations, we're required to have an LEPC here. That's our local emergency planning committee. Phil's on that, and Terry, I think, is also on that. There's about 12, 14 people on that committee in charge of reviewing hazmat plans for the local businesses, doing the countywide hazmat plan, things like that. Most of that is planning dollars, the 6417. Part of that gets transferred automatically over into the 255, which is the emergency management for wages for the planner who is me. So that goes to help my wage and benefit package. The rest of it is office supplies. Office supplies, and we have to legally do a legal notice every year about hazmat in the county. So that's what that pays for. Again, that's 100%. No, this, yeah, grant funded. The other one is LEPC equipment. The whole name for that grant is Equipment and Hazmat Fund. When counties or locals have a hazmat team, they can get an extra 10,000 on top of this for hazmat equipment. We don't have a hazmat team, so we don't ask for that. This 2,000 buys computer or that type of equipment for my office every year. So last year we had a bigger budget because we get 6,000 every fourth year. And I bought a new name tag printer because the one IT has is 5 years old, and I bought that for them with this grant. And it was being a little hokey. So I said, well, and Bugs was still here then. I said, Bugs, you just want me to order another one? Then we have it because we have the grant. And we're paying about 25% of that cost, which is $4,000 rather than the whole cost. And he says, yeah, why don't you just get one? So I still have it in my office, brand new in a box. It's ready to go. So if the other one dies, we get the company to set that one up and away we go. This time I bought desktops for my office. I bought laptops for my office. And when I get a new laptop, then I give the old one to them. They recycle it and somebody else gets it because some of them don't have a lot of use. They're just a few years old because I have a laptop at home. I have one in my truck and I have my office computer. So that way, if we have an event or like we did with the fire, I can operate from home if I have to. That computer's there and ready to go at all times. But so it costs us $500 for up to a $2,000 computer. The last few years we've given some of this grant back too because laptops don't cost $2,000 anymore. Not the ones I need. I think a couple times I got up to be for $1,200-1,400. So then you relinquish that rest of that grant back to the state. So that's where that one is. Trying to get that levy target of $500. Not much to cut there. And then the emergency management budget. Now, this one's the one I'm a little worried about. For several reasons. One is, of course, I'm over my levy goal, but the other one is, up until about a week and a half ago, the state hadn't got their grant. That helps cover wages and benefits at the county level. They've got it now, a week and a half ago, so now they're scrambling to get their application in. So that they get their money, because then we're a sub-recipient of that. And down toward the bottom, there's a spot for the grant money that comes in, the 29,230. I wasn't sure we were gonna get that. Because that's a federal grant and the feds were holding the money. So they finally released the NOFO. Now the state can do their grant. Hopefully they gotta get it to us before the end of September. If they don't, we don't get that money. So they're scrambling at the state level to get that done. So that's at one level I was worried about, but I think we're gonna be all right there. If they approve it for 25, which is what they're doing, it's backwards always. We're pretty sure they're gonna leave it alone for 26, but you don't know what they're gonna do. They've canceled some other grants that we were involved with. The other part of that is me getting all the work done. So this is a paid for performance grant. So we get that 20,000, 29,000, whatever the hell it was. It used to be over 30. Because I do a certain amount of work for the state, update plans, hold a drill, just outreach. There's just all kinds of shit I have to do for this grant. And we've had some pretty heated arguments, myself and others, with the state when I was on the WEMA board, the association, and since that, why are the counties going to perform if we don't get the money? Again, another unpaid mandate. Really? The reason we do this work is because they require it. And they require over what the statute says. So my goal before the end of the year is to make sure what needs to be done by the statute is done. And the rest, there's a conference coming up at the end of September. I don't plan to go. Chances are pretty good this week they're going to change my chemo regimen, and they don't want me around 500 people because of the chance of infection and cold, measles, or whatever the hell you can pick up in a bigger town than Ladysmith, Wisconsin. So I don't plan to go. I'm meeting with the regional director tomorrow to see how that affects that grant. Is there something else I can do to make that up, or will they forgive it this year because of my sickness? So I'll know more.
Send somebody in your stead.
I could, but I don't know who that would be because there's nobody that's interested in going for that crap. There really isn't. I mean, it's, there's some weather stuff and there's this and that, but nobody here does that.
Fine. I mean, just for the sake of the grant, could you get one of the EMTs?
Well, but it's specifically named me. I'm the emergency management director. I'm the one that has to go.
Just, you can't delegate that.
Not on the emergency management side. So I don't have an assistant. If I had an assistant, I could send them, but I don't have an assistant. So, and you're not gonna get that done in 3 weeks. So, yeah. And I don't, the only one that would go would be a full timer. Then I'm short of full timer. I'm paying full time for somebody to sit there. Well, are you gaining anything? If they take
The county board. I mean,
send him.
Trump it up.
He's fired. He could probably pick something up there. It's a good conference. I've been going for 15 years. I picked up a lot of stuff. I looked at the pre-conference training. I've had it all. All right. I've had all the breakout sessions they're having. Well, what am I going for? I'm not gonna put myself at health risk for that. So, and I think I'll get a
Do you
pass.
think it would possibly work if someone from the emergency services committee, like the chair or something?
No. He's volunteered 2 different guys now. You do it.
They like to do that.
It's not that I won't have somebody that wouldn't want to go. It's that,
That would qualify. I get where you're going.
Right.
That would get something out of it. We don't want to just send somebody to get a grant. Somebody that can bring something back to your committee in the county, but still.
See, and it's not necessary that I go to that specific conference. There may be another smaller conference somewhere. The Under One Roof Conference in Duluth is a great conference. They get about 210 people. It's the Red Cross Conference. That one qualifies. There's other conferences that, and what I'm looking for and what I've been looking for online is an online conference where I could sit in online, not be there in person. And that's another thing I'm gonna ask him. Can I do the WEMA conference online, get the credit for it, and then you'll get the grant? Because the grants broke down into sections now. If you don't complete the conferences, you lose $2,000. If you don't complete the outreach, you lose $5,000. You know, it's broke out that way. So, because they've threatened that for years, and I'm like, there's no meat. You say you're gonna take and hold this grant, but there's no, for what? You know, how much are you gonna hold if I don't do my outreach? You know, if it's $1,000, maybe a county's gonna say, well, I'm not gonna do outreach for $1,000. We'll do, you know, Tom's got other shit he could do. So that's kind of where that's at. Anyway, that's the other concern I have with this, is making sure I get the work done, and I'm working on it. So, other than that, not much change in the budget. The biggest change of the last few years is when we added Code Red into the communications column. That's been a pretty good program. Got it kind of working the way we want it now. I think we're in year 3 of 4 with that, or 3 of 5 with our contract with them. So other than that, there hasn't been much of a change in that budget either. Wages, which is everybody's problem. Back to the ambulance, just so you guys are aware, with the 8 full-time people on the ambulance, if I had a vacancy and we left it open, in order to keep that ambulance 24/7, you got to pay somebody to be there. So you're not saving anything, because if we hit 30 hours with a part-timer filling, now they're full-time. So you're gonna pay them benefits anyway. You might as well keep the position filled. You're not, I mean, you'll show savings when the position's open, and we have. But usually if I have an open position, I can fill it in as much time as it takes to get the meetings together. I have people that want to get on that truck. So
Really? Just for the full times,
full-time position.
part-time? Is that,
They're getting better, but you know, I keep hiring people. I got a gal coming in tomorrow morning that wants to go to school, so I got to talk to her, because those grants, we sponsor a lot of training with that too, because by the time they're done with their training, depending on where they got to run, they got $2,500 in it, you know, out of pocket. So we do that up front with grant money. That saves them that, you know, and we kind of took away the contract a few years ago. So there's nothing hanging over their head that if they don't finish, they don't have to pay it back, because it's grant money. And I understand it's county money, but it's still grant money. It's not, Tom, I don't have to write a check for them to go, so it's not hurting me. County residents, you know, that much, you know,
well, even a grant though,
huh?
even a grant, taxpayers are still paying.
That's what I said, they're paying a little tiny bit. When our budget went up 100,000, you know how many people complained about the ambulance budget going up 100,000? Zero. People called and said, holy shit, the ambulance budget went up 100,000. No, we went full time. Ambulance is getting out the door 5 minutes faster. It's all great. Again, what is the service you're providing, and is it better? You know, people see that as a better service.
I've made some strides there in your department.
We absolutely have, and the people are much happier, Jim, because of it. You know, wages are better. Again, part of the thing with us going up on wages is not only are we looking at internally what's everybody getting, but what's everybody else doing. They're all struggling with staff too, so it's nothing for, not Sawyer, but somebody like Chautauqua or Rice Lake, that's an independent, that boosts wages $2 an hour. Well, now they suck everybody out of your tank, you know, and then you got to start over again. So, which we know is going to happen, but we got to try to stay as close as we can to them, so that we don't lose people just over wages. And we haven't for a while, which is good.
Remember when I first got on here, but I remember when you first came to the board for. What?
Yeah, yeah.
When you're having trouble finding.
Mm-hmm. And you know, if they didn't have, I don't even know what you call it. I call it hometown values. You know, they want to help out their neighbors. If they didn't have that, it'd be tough if you weren't full time. I thought there was a point where I thought we were going to have to go with a halftime truck at night just to keep things rolling around here. But now I've gotten some new people that want to work nights. So far we're hanging in there. But again, if I'm down to 2 ambulances, Ladysmith goes out, Sheldon comes up, you're paying those people, some of them overtime to sit up here. Well, if you had a halftime truck here at night, at least you wouldn't be bringing them up here at night. You know, for these people that got a day job or they farm, now you're screwing their whole night up to sleep, you know, so. And I get it, firefighters do it and everything, but it weighs on them how much time they're gonna take. You know, they'll take more time if you're not interfering with their life. Questions? Sorry, I like to babble. And only because I'm very proud of my department. They're a great bunch of people. Get a chance to go talk to them. Had one pass away last week, funerals next week, in case anybody's interested. In 24 years, Jim Kriglock was here as an EMT, passed away after having stents put in. A heart attack on the CT scanner, that's my understanding. So we'll be doing at least 4 of the rigs will be there for the procession, and to the funeral, we'll do an end of watch page. When they're after his military, he was Marine. So we'll have military stuff over at the funeral. I plan to be gone for the day. So,
Yeah, we had a moment of silence.
yeah, great guy. Hardest working guy retired guy I ever seen in my life.
No, I've met a couple, 3 of your people at least, and while they were working, and very, very good.
Yeah,
Say I run on them quite often. Fire,
yeah.
assist, all that kind of stuff.
You got a good crew.
They're great.
It's more than just money to keep people to do
Oh, yeah.
like that, because it's
A
something.
lot of personalities there.
We've been and wanna.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any questions for Tom.
Again, if you do, you guys know where my office is. I'm in and out. I'm down to my treatments being on Friday now, so I'm trying to be here 4 days a week. Yesterday I didn't make her. 2 o'clock, I went over to Flair Hall and took a 2-hour nap because I just had her. So I just punch out, go over there. I got a lazy boy in the office. I plop down, take a nap. Then I worked on 3 hazmat plans after I woke up before I went home. So Ashley's well aware, HR's well aware of how I'm working my schedule. So
I don't think has any problem with you doing it.
I have a big problem because they kept telling me my hair was gonna fall out. So I started growing this, I was thinking I could do the ZZ top, and keep that. And it got quite long. And then one day I was sitting here thinking, and I went like that and I had a whole handful of hair. I went, son of a bitch. I guess they're right. It's gonna fall out by this you can't tell because I don't have any, but yeah. But
What's your next plan for for an ambulance? I think you're planning that out.
it's in my budget for this year, but only because if something would happen to one of them that we have.
You have one ordered though now, or
I'm working on probably next year.
'cause that takes what, at least a year?
27, yeah. Right now we have a 21, a 22, a 24, and a 25 are our main line ambulances in the 4 communities. And then our backup here in Ladysmith is a 14. That doesn't get a lot of use. It goes to football games, stuff like that, events. Backup like yesterday, the engine light came on our first out. So that one was used for the day while highway looked at that. Repair costs go up on that one, but it's still cheaper than a $300,000 ambulance. So we're gonna try to hold out till 27, get one ordered. Again, the one we took this time was low bid. I don't know that I'll do that again. It's a good truck. It just doesn't have the finish the other company had, so it rattles when you go down the road, and sometimes it's so loud you can't hear the patient. So I'm working on taking them rattles out of it. So, yeah. I'm actually gonna add some plastic shims underneath the wheels to tighten up the cot, because cot sits there and does this when they're going down the road. It'll drive you absolutely
I have
bad.
a product called Double Bubble.
Yeah.
So you just wrap the whole inside of it.
That would quiet her down. See, the other company uses a lot of carpet in there to do that, and this company doesn't, and it's aluminum on aluminum. So you get this quick, 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 quick,
Oh,
and just constant, drives them crazy. So,
clock or something.
yeah.
Where they,
Yeah, I added some plastic corners, like you'd use in a bathroom or like in a milk house with the waterproof walls.
Yep.
You slide them down in there to keep them damn things apart. That helped a lot.
Bet.
Yeah, but this floor thing, I gotta get that fixed, and then I think the girls will be satisfied. I wrote it in one day. I went, ooh, yeah, that'll drive you crazy. For a $250,000 rig, you wouldn't think that one came out of Canada.
have you seen a sharp increase in ambulances? Like at Highway, we saw a sharp increase this year or next year ordering a truck. The cost was gonna go up with something that changed with DEF and that kind of nonsense.
Yeah, but I'm not running diesels. I'm running all gas. The only thing I have is the possibility of the tariffs, which didn't affect this truck, but will if I get another one out of Canada, which I think Canada was dropping their prices to try to move a bunch of them because they knew it was coming. That they're going to take a sharp increase and not be able to compete again, probably again. But yeah, it's going to be 300,000, so it's ridiculous.
Still cheaper than a plow truck.
Well, yeah, and the remounts are now about 150,000, and then you got old stuff inside, you know. The last one we got in Sheldon, I had to put all new wiring in and stuff, and I'm still having component problems with it, you know, that component that they didn't change goes out. So, but, all right, thanks, everybody. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it. Earl, as always, nice to see you. Well, look, they're just sitting over here waiting for me to get the hell out of here.
Next up, we have animal shelter. Sorry, we're running late.
2 minutes,
Are we on time?
Yeah,
10 o'clock.
so
A little leeway in there?
Yes, they were here. I was here early, really early.
Okay.
Had me double.
I just knew we
double checking. I'm like,
got behind there for a little bit, so
yeah.
I just assumed we still were, but good deal.
Good.
Somebody take us away. Start walking us through anything we need to discuss.
Um. Yeah, start with the animal shelter, maybe highlight any changes.
On the, let's see, where am I? On the payroll part of it. So we added another part-time staff. Just like, I think it comes to like 14,000 something for that per year. So that's why that is over by 14.
This one says
Everything else is pretty,
85.79. Is that what's,
With benefits included.
that is included in that?
Yep, that 15, yeah.
which one?
With benefits included, the total impact of what you posed in the budget is 15,570. So that would
Oh,
include,
what's the 14? I haven't really seen that part of it. That was added.
so,
but that's social security and
yeah, that's what the
There's no
FICA
benefit.
and work comp. Yeah, FICA and work comp.
yeah, there's no benefits.
Yep.
14 and out.
Yes, so that position that was added in the formula down below was at 14.14. The 988 at 14 per hour.
I wasn't aware that we paid them 14.
Some of them do.
I have one employee that's been working there for over a year and she makes like 11. That would be,
Yeah, you have.
I wouldn't want to hire somebody for, that'd be nice, I guess.
Yeah, you have one at 1463, you have one at 1187, and another one at 1414. That's based on prior years. I don't know if you've had any staffing changes like since last year, so then I think that should be, yes, so I thought the 1414 would be high. Step one of that position is 1138.
Okay, that's what I thought. So that would be, it's a little high, but, so that's why that's more for another employee. So it's gonna be less because it would only be step one if we do get another part-timer.
And how many do you have now?
3. And one of them is. So,
And someone recalculate what that would
I'm
be.
working on it.
I didn't catch how many hours are we?
right now, I think they're in there for 988 a year.
Yep.
I did want to increase them, but then if they're increased to, what was it, 1144?
Well, yeah, from 19 hours a week to 22 hours a week.
Then there's
They get
PTO and that's gonna
holiday
add.
and all of that. Sky caught that. And so we yanked that out.
the problem, the reason for the, you know, the need of either increasing their hours or adding someone else is we are really stretched or stretched very thin. And I realize that we're already over our levy because of the 48,000 that we're not getting anymore. So we're actually, I think I calculated it at at least 60-some thousand dollars over the levy, down farther, because of that fee that used to be paid is no longer in that budget. So we are,
If
we are way over.
if you go go add another part-time at step 1, it would be an increase of 12,785.03.
My wages pretty much stay the same. I don't know if there's a raise, like a 3% coming, so that would increase that, obviously. Everything else in the wage scale is pretty much the same. It's just there has to be either the part-time employees need to be increased or I need another one. What, I don't know. You know, I had a really hard time finding the last part-time employee that I had. Nobody applied because it's such a low wage. So I had a hard time finding the other one that I have. But, there's that, but I know that makes it, you know, 12,000 more over the budget.
Was this an approved position?
An extra part, I don't know, to the extra part-time help, is that an approved? I don't know. I don't know how
No,
that.
it has not been, it hasn't been to personnel yet. But
No.
if you remember, the past 2 years, it's been to finance, but that was to raise the part-time to full-time. And that went through all the committees multiple times, went to city council, went to all of that, and then finally was rejected. Well, the city pulled out and the city would not pay for their share of that because it wasn't in the budget ahead of time. And so then it got pulled out. So it's just been out, but it had been approved to move one of the part-time to full-time. But then you got the benefits and everything else.
No, the city's not paying at all.
City's not paying anything. City pulled out.
In 2024.
Contribution, they,
Where is that?
Do you not know?
yeah.
I'm putting you on the spot about this.
That's
I mean,
the city pulled out of the contract.
December 31st of 2024. So we don't even have any of that money for this year.
But nice if we could have got along.
That was a loss of how much again when the city pulled out?
Well, for 2024, it looks like they paid 48,000.
It was 40%.
Like 63,000, wasn't it? It was higher than
60,000.
60 something.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, it was 60 before.
So for 25, it should have been around 60,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which we didn't get.
It was 40%.
There's a formula that
Yeah,
you have to pull certain things in and out.
yeah, yeah. There was,
So we're down that to begin with.
You're down 60 plus additional part-time person puts us at shy of 73. Those two things.
so if you look at the proposed by finance is a little different than, what, Dawn had proposed for 2026. I made some adjustments that I wanted to point out. First, I did take out the extra employee because of the fact that it's not approved, you know. So, but I left it in their request to kind of show that that's what they want. But I increased a couple of the expense lines, the telephone, because, we are increasing the phone, or, no, that doesn't impact. But your Starlink, I believe, has increased. So I think the 2024 actual is closer to what you're going to be seeing. So the 2026, I did up that 2,300. And then your animal supplies,
Starlink is under phone, not internet.
yeah, it is. There's nothing under the internet line.
Yeah, I see that. That's why. Okay.
So, and then the animal supplies, the 6 month is already over $5,000. So I just don't think that's, feasible to
Try to keep it under.
keep it at 5,000. So I did up it to 7,500, which is what they're projecting for, or what. I think I increased the 12 month as well, because, but I took out the indirect costs there at the bottom. We added that in when the city was paying a portion so that we could recover some of those, indirect costs.
So that helps a little bit. Okay.
So I took that out. I don't see, the point of making that entry now, that it's like county funded. We don't do that to every department. We only utilize those indirect costs when there's grant funding or some sort of reimbursement coming in that we can use it for. So, I did take that out.
There's a note in contracted services, plow and driveway and parking. But that amount hasn't changed since 2025 appropriation. Was the note.
So the note, that note is mine. I did look up what hits that line, and that's the majority of those costs that hit that line.
That's not a change.
Huh?
It's not a change, though. You're just making a note for yourself.
Yeah, I was just making a note, yeah. And I think it's best to leave it at that 1,500. Because, you've had some really light snow, light
We
winter.
went over one year when that was 2022, I think, 2023, that it was. We had gone over because we're expecting like
Yeah.
snow 24/7 all winter long.
The county doesn't plow, I think Thompson's.
Yeah, you have Thompson.
And I did talk to Brett about that contracted service for plowing, and he had asked me just keep having them do it. So Thompson plowing us. I don't know if they just don't get over there because they do it. Russ Thompson does it like really quick.
Yeah, they're out there doing others.
I usually get over there at 7:30 in the morning, sometimes 6:30 in the morning, depending on what I have to do.
They probably have the ability to salt too with their truck, whereas we don't have that ability. Our maintenance department doesn't have that ability to salt. When they're plowing, you don't have that on the truck, on our truck.
So everything else on there, I think, has pretty much stayed in budget except for the animal supplies, because veterinary costs are included in there. It's a little bit less because we did take some funding out of our gift fund. For the bills had to be paid, so I had to enter it in there. I couldn't wait for an okay to take it out of the gift fund because the vet clinic they wanted their bill paid. But I want to say it was like 1,300 or something that has been. I don't know if it's out now, but eventually it'll come out of that. So it'll be a little bit less, but
That's only for
It's still-
emergency stuff.
it's only for emergency specialty care.
He cannot pay it out of the gift fund. It has to be approved by the committee because the gift fund is a specialized fund. It cannot be spent on operations.
A little bit, like 1,500 of that may be gone from there. But everything in that space is within budget. I think we took the 10 out, so I think it comes to probably 35,000 or something. Maybe 40,000 for basic operational costs. So where our problem lies is that city share. Without a full-time fundraiser, writing grants and I don't know where that extra is gonna come.
I did adjust their levy target for the less revenue. And because kind of hard to make them cut that much when not their fault that we don't have the city pitching in.
But that leaves out the additional personnel.
Mhm.
Correct. Yep. So, yeah, the levy amount for the proposed by finance, the 114, does not have that extra position. So you would be adding that about 12,800, but if they were to get that position,
1,000 includes the fringe.
includes FICA and workup. Yep.
Then when the city pulled down the shelter, we got increasing the amount of dog licenses, right?
Yes, well, we will, the city never paid us the dog licenses from the city. This year they have to. And we don't know how much that is, but the city dogs aren't that many, if I remember when we went back and calculated some of that stuff. I don't,
Because sometimes people that live in the city pay directly to us or the clerk, so I have no idea how much.
work and everything,
There's
yeah.
a lot of dogs in the city.
So we left it more or less like what we got last year, because we raised the dog license fees 2 years ago, I think.
2024, I think we raised them for 2025. I think that's how that went.
But we don't know how
Yeah.
much we're gonna get from the city because.
The dog licenses runs through the clerk's budget.
Right.
We haven't increased that. Based on the city paying us for their dog licenses, so.
They're not paying us at this moment yet, or they start,
Well, they
when
would,
it, is it,
they have to by the end.
they just haven't reconciled with us, yes, we'll be getting 2025.
Dog licenses?
It should be because we're gonna get to the point now where we're assessing fines, correct?
Mhm.
So you should have a list of that, so you can figure out what you need to do.
Right.
You would think
So
from.
how do
when
we
they
get
pulled
that?
out, any new lap dog license would be ours then, right?
No, it was 12/31. It started with January 1 of.
January 1st of 2025.
We should have the full years coming.
Should.
But
Just nobody has sent me anything. I don't know who.
I would think that, who's ever doing the clerk.
City clerk.
Have you received the townships already?
Yes.
Be no different than a township.
We receive the townships when they turn in their taxes for their tax payment, so that's when we get that. So that should have been received, but everybody else is coming to us, right? I would think even in the city, should be coming to us.
I would think.
So let's just say the village of Bruce, how do they handle it? Same way?
No, they turn it in, so they take the first portion of taxes, the property taxes, and then when they turn in that tax bill, they give us the dog share. And then we record it in the system.
Should work on the same time frame.
this is the first time we're getting dog licenses from the city,
This
so
would
we
be the
don't
first
know.
time, yeah.
Sure.
And what system are they using? I know nothing.
Sounds like we got a little lack of communication.
We
Somebody's
will
gonna
get
have to-
We don't know. I wouldn't count on very.
And I guess I could send a letter requesting that, or both of us.
Yeah, you should.
Even so, it's probably not gonna be $60,000.
Oh.
That'd be a lot of dogs.
No, but for budgetary purposes, it'd be nice if they could give us an idea so we can at least be somewhat accurate.
Maybe you should contact. the
Okay.
clerk and see, because I go through your office and we never see anything. of it.
Do that in administration and
It doesn't go through my office, no.
no, but I could probably put him in there, right? put, city administrator in there?
Oh, I would probably reach out to Sarah because she's the clerk and she would be who probably collects I think she would be your first contact. Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Sarah.
Hey, Sky, there's a dog license trust fund in the county clerk, which is page 280. It shows that so far in 25 there was 33,153 collected. Is that the same thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's what we're
Yeah.
talking about. Yeah, that's what
Okay.
we've collected from other municipalities.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
So probably the other 3,000 might be from 36 here might be we just put down the same amount that we got last year. Because again.
Well, I mean, that's actual in my budget, correct?
That's your 6 month, yeah, actual is the 33,153.78.
That's what I thought. It's kind of.
Well, I think we're gonna have to revisit this one anyhow if we don't know where license fees are at, so we might as well move to the next one.
Not gonna make that much difference what we get from the city for the dog taxes.
Well, non-revenues, you wanna put on the smaller side anyways, right?
Yeah.
And I can't imagine it would be that much, but
And it's more than what we had last year. Or in 2024, well, 2024 is down, but then, like you say, there was a dog license increase.
do they know that they're supposed to be giving that to us now? Has anybody communicated
I've
with?
done that before.
I think they know. Because they didn't pay it before because of offsets. On what they paid us and not doing that anymore, so. Pretty sure they know that.
So next budget, the building fund.
So we did have some donations of the building fund. I think I put like 75. So we've gotten 9,170 so far this year in donations. And that is specifically for the building. So I can't use that for anything else unless we add on or do this or do that. But so that's,
So that's specific to building, or is that?
no, it's a building fund, I think, addition or
Like
a garage or.
modeling, that type of stuff, or is it, okay,
As far as I understand, it's for like building,
Anything.
projects, like,
Right.
well, I assume they're like earmarked, donations.
yes, yeah. Those are specifically, people donate specifically to put into the building.
There is a resolution, that sets that, what that fund balance is.
And it doesn't affect the levy, so.
That's the main thing.
Are they also able to earn interest off that too, or no?
Um,
No,
No.
that's been a sore point that, well, you'll see another fund too. That, because these are non-lapsing funds, we think they should be earning interest.
Well,
I
the
mean,
interest.
that
has
we
been
get
back in the
interest.
General fund.
Yep. So we think it should be hitting, well, you'll see another one coming.
but that's consistent with all of our non-lapsing. Is they don't earn interest.
I know some were not able to in this one.
I don't disagree. Terry. Non-lapsing should maybe be consistently the non-lapsing fund carries, gets the interest revenue in their budget.
That they should.
Yeah.
So, the interest isn't restricted. So then that's why we put it towards general fund. And I mean, you're
Intended purposes of that money was for,
right, but,
Building, right,
but
so-
we're not putting this money into a separate bank account either. You know, it's all going into the same pool.
It would almost have to be invested independently.
Correct, yeah.
If you look at this building fund, if you look at 282 and that we were on, if you look in 2024, we did get interest on that.
Oh, yeah.
It's actual. And so I was gonna say, we have gotten interest on the other ones, we don't. But again, we did get interest on it.
If it's in like,
There's nothing for 2025 because the year isn't over yet, and that's probably.
if it's in a like in a specific like account, like a money market account or something like that, or a specific savings account, then they would do interest. If it's something like that's in just it going into the general pool.
it's just a line. Well, and I suppose interest would be hard to calculate because
Yeah.
are you in the 4% interest earner or, you know, which
We do have,
take an average or something.
you know, separate accounts. The treasurer's office, you know, receipts that interest every month. And there are certain things that are separated in separate pools or accounts that do earn interest. But
This
not
one,
everything.
this one does have interest on it. You can see from 2024, 2025 isn't there because it's probably a year-end thing.
So we will be getting interest for, or this one will be getting interest for 2025.
There, if there was interest, I'd have to look into that more. There's nothing in the 6 months. So I'm not sure on that, on the interest for 2025.
Was interest just reconciled once a year or something? Because then you see what the rate for the year was.
That could be a question for the treasurer because that department does the interest in income estimate. This question also came up for the RCTC discussion. And I think the question that I have is that, is there a policy that interest earns goes towards the general fund as an offset? Because it looks like that's how it's being used right now. But I think that's something that we could ask the treasurer as well, unless if you all know that there is a policy.
We'll have to check into that.
Okay, on that one, that's, I mean, there's nothing there. It's just, again, no levy limit.
Let's go to 84.
Love you again.
No levy, no, the
levy.
next two have no levy limit. They don't affect levy. This is spay neuter. This is where they've had the fundraisers and everything else. We changed, I think, was that this, yeah, it was just this year when we pulled out of auto and gasoline expense out of the main budget. Because that's where most of the gas and expense was. And
It decreased that a lot, so that helped.
right, but that really, when they have to take the animals to like Neilsville or Eau Claire to be spayed or neutered, that is really a spay neuter fund expense. So we're moving it out of there into, well, the one line item there, fundraiser expense. And then you can see the donations, again, they have some fundraisers and other things, and then of course, famous aluminum cans. But again, is can only be used for spay neuter items. I think there's another fundraiser for this coming up, what, in October?
Yeah, and we did,
Mary's got-
yeah, we just did the one last weekend. I want to say it was like about $3,000 or something like that for spay neuter.
So it looks like you're suggesting $15,000 for revenue and donations, but the 12-month for 2025, you're thinking it's gonna be at 30,000. Is there a reason you don't think that you get up to 30,000 for 2026?
I think that it's left that way because we don't know what we're going to get. This year, we had a beneficiary where we had, I don't know, I think it was 20-some thousand dollars that was donated to that fund.
Oh, that's quite-
So that's not like a normal thing that happens. So, if I put it for 30,000, we don't get 30,000. So it's kind of like, it just depends, but it's high this year because we did get a significant donation to that fund. So that's why I'm thinking it, and it's probably actually gonna go over 30,000 this year, but. So yeah, that's why it's 15, because it's like, if we don't get that, then it's kind of, I don't ever really know what we're gonna get for donations for spay neuter, so.
And again, no levy, and this is a non-lapsing fund. Again, this would be one we'd say, well, why doesn't earn interest, but I understand what Sky's saying too, that
And this fund here saves the county a lot of money with spay neuter. So anything that happens during spay neuter is taken out of this fund, whether it's a rabies vaccine or a umbilical repair,
Well, spay
It-
and neuter probably saves us a lot of money and extra stuff almost down the road anyways.
well, exactly. But yeah, so this fund, if they go in and they get knocked under, anything that happens under anesthesia while they're being fixed, all comes out of that fund. The gas comes out of the fund, any repair. We just had a dog that had 2 severe cherry eyes, and that bill was over $450 for that, to spay that dog, fix those eyes. But that all came out of this fund, so that does save the county a lot of money, and when you do it like that, so.
So really, this expenditure line up on top, I mean, I know we're just kind of trading apples for apples here, but it's not accurate compared to 24 and what we got projected for 25. I mean, you're already over 14,000 for 6 months from expenditures and been 23 and 24. I think that should be bumped up to 20. And
Yeah, we can certainly do that. The impact, keeping it low would be that, going over that 10%, and having to, go to county board after the end of the year. That, if we could avoid that, bumping it up would maybe help avoid that. But other than that, it's fund balance, so it's not helping our levy situation or anything or impacting it, so.
so it should be in a sense more accurate, so maybe we don't have to deal with it later. So
Yeah.
my recommendation would be to
Well, and the other thing too is that spay neuter, it all depends on how many animals you get in and how many of them are, I would say 98%, actually 99% of the animals that come in the doors of that shelter are not fixed and not vaccinated. So, and it depends on the size too. A lot of these surgeries, go by weight. We get a ton of, in fact, we had one, we went to Purple Cat, I don't even know when, and we paid $25 for every single surgery because somebody must have donated money, not to us specifically, but to them. And they just I was like, whoa. So it only cost us a couple $100 for I don't know, 9 or 10 cats. So, but we just never know. And a lot of the spay neuter clinics, they increase their prices every year. So, but yeah, we can put it at 20. It's fine with me. Aluminum cans, we get a lot of aluminum cans, so that does help for our voucher program, which, the voucher program is for community people that live in Russ County to fix their pets, and we are actually already over 70. So when Lady Smith Vet actually had to give me their bill early, she's like, I don't want to do this at the end of the year. Cause I already had to do 30 or 40 of them, and that also helps stop unwanted litters from coming into the shelter. So the more animals we can prevent coming in, the less money we're gonna use, so.
I thought once I was told there were some other funds that could help offset this budget. Lady Smith stepped out of it. Did I mishear something? Ashley, do you remember anything about that? There was some other fun, I thought somebody told me like a year ago or whenever this all started. That if Lady Smith stepped out of the animal shelter, there was some funds coming from the state that we could receive yet to help offset that.
Those are city.
So what you're thinking of, I think, is the levy transfer. Both parties have to agree to the levy transfer and the city didn't agree to it, so we didn't get that levy. I think that's what you might be thinking of. Yeah.
That's what he's thinking of.
Yeah.
Why would they not wanna?
Basically, we would've got the money that they were paying, just.
Yeah.
as part of-
So because they no longer had that burden, you have to have an agreement that we could then take that levy. So their levy limit would be lowered and ours would be increased, but both municipalities have to agree and there was not mutual agreement.
The next one.
So gift fund, those donations are for, emergency specialty care, special projects. Anything this money is used for, it has to be approved from the board.
She means our committee.
Yes, your, the
Committee.
animal control board. Um,
This is another one that we could maybe put some expense in there. For using some donations, just
Everybody say
that you guys probably,
the full board. It's a lot better if you could just get it at the committee.
This is a restricted fund. It's only for special
yeah,
projects.
so
And
yeah, we have to be very careful how we use it and what we're using it for. But when people make donations, we always ask them, where do you want this? And they will tell us, and that's where it goes. So.
yeah, I think we should add something for expenses. To this, just for the same purpose as the other budget. Just to have. Not going. It,
kind of expenses. Again, this is restricted. You just can't throw anything in there.
right. We're not saying that you can, just because it's in there, that you can use it on whatever you want, but it just says that, may have things that come up instead of like, so that 13,000 that's projected for this year, that's gonna have to go to board, because that's gonna be over that 10% of your expenses of this budget. You're not over budget, but because it's over your expenses that you budgeted, by more than 10%.
Was that $13,000? Did I?
Those cages.
Ah, yes, okay. Now I'm
Yeah,
like,
more-
why do I have, yes, the cages.
The cages. So if you put some expenses, that doesn't mean, so if we put 1,000 in there, that doesn't mean that you won't have to. You won't still go over that, but at least then if you do spend some,
You
you're not
got
having to go to county board.
yeah, you got some fund balance. You might as well throw.
Yeah, and you're.
an expenditure. It's not like it affects the levy, so
Right.
at least then. Not
Yeah, I'm not saying that you're
coming to the
going
board
to,
because you're over your budget at that
or
point.
that gives you free will to spend out of here, but it shows that you probably will have.
It'd still have to go through the committee then, but at least then you won't have to go to board to say, well, now I want a budget amendment because we didn't budget any expense.
Oh, is that,
So just
Yeah,
probably.
now I understand what you're saying. I'm like, well, no, I get you. So if I put 10,000, I wouldn't need to necessarily go to
You don't have to spend.
animal
it, though.
control. No, you don't have to,
Yeah, you-
obviously.
yeah.
I still have to get approval.
right.
Them, but
Committee
you
would
wouldn't
still
have to
have to
go to the
be-
board for because the board approves this budget. So if you come back and say, okay, now we're gonna spend, now you gotta come to the board and say, well, we want a budget amendment.
Yeah.
So you want to put how much in there?
I don't know. What do you think would be good?
You think you just got all the cages.
Yeah, that's
Well,
something I don't spend every year.
The other stuff is getting into a legal thing, city and everything. So we don't go-
1,000, 2,500.
2,500 is fine.
Yeah,
Why is there two lines?
Well, the 810, the one that ends in 810, that would be what we use for, like larger equipment purchases that we would be looking at capitalizing.
So should that almost be changed to 5,000?
Yeah, that's just a description thing, but yeah, typically those 810s would be. You have that in the description over 5,000.
There's just no room to put it there right now.
And yeah, just when it was set up, it was.
Might have room to squeeze in greater than 5K.
I think it has more characters. You can put in more characters than that, but. All right.
Now, Sky, when you're doing this, this is gonna automatically go on the Z drive. So when we pull up the budget again, they'll have your stuff in it.
Tanya, are you saving? Are you saving that or?
No, I was just changing it.
Oh,
for-
okay,
for
yeah,
visual.
just for visual. I'll have to, resave them, archive a copy. I'm doing in our working copies. Yeah, we'd have to do another archive copy, yeah.
This will come up again yet, so we need the latest. That's it.
Other questions for Don?
And didn't you in this one too? That was the benefactor, the one who died.
Yeah, some of that went to
Some of
the-
that for the 70.
Split it between.
That's why that
And
was
the Spain.
higher than normal. Benefit.
And the other thing is you don't ever know what donations you're gonna get. I mean, you get a check for $10,000 in the mail and you could get thing. I have no suggestions on how to. Come up with that extra.
I think just utilizing your fund balances to the best of your ability is what you can do, you know, and it seems like that you are.
Yeah, because most,
trying-
that's, I mean, I will tell you I do not go above and beyond to try to, save something that's not worth saving. Obviously with the animals, I do my best to transport as many of them out of there, so I'm not, we're not like drowning with pets. But the problem right now is we are actually full of dog, like we don't even have a kennel for impound. Someone comes in with a dog, I have nowhere to put it. But the problem is everybody's full. I can't even transfer dogs anywhere. There's nowhere for them to go, period. So every single rescue that I work with, I have them all on we have a Facebook group and can you take this one? Can we get this one over there? We've got, a mom with 5 puppies that were dumped in the forest, everybody's full. So I can't really transfer anything out. So I have to just hope, and I have people in Minnesota right now helping me to move one of the dogs I have because it's a purebred. And they're working to try to help me get that dog out of there because that is a breeder dog. I mean, that dog is like a $2,000 dog. But so I'm doing my best to try to get stuff out, but the costs, a bunch of those costs, they're coming from your employees. That's where most of your fees are coming from, is your employees. I am trying to keep, everything's down the best that I can, but. All I got.
We added the one, and an additional part-time person, but like she said, even getting part-time person last time.
And there are ways to get grants, for employees, but the problem is you have to have a way to pay them for the next year. You have to come up with a plan, and I don't have a plan. I have, somebody donates money for a 1 year for an employee, you have to be accountable for how you paying this next year. Like, they're not just gonna give you that much money every single year. You have to figure it out. But I really have no answers for how to come up with that money.
I think we would have liked to have gone back and made one of the part-time employees full-time, but that adds all the benefits and everything else, which really raises the cost up a lot more. And whether she could even get a part-time employee. You had such a hard time the last time.
But the problem is with most of the money is going to employees, but the problem is with that, I mean, you can't really get rid of any more. Cause your manager isn't getting any personal time. You know, I get a lot of emails from HR about, you know, family, work, life balance, taking your vacations, taking your PTO. I don't get that. And I do, but then it's like I get 60,000 calls while I'm gone because there's nobody there. Or the person that I leave there is all by themselves, and that's, I don't know, it's just not okay with me, but there's really not a whole heck of a lot I can do about it.
She needs
If the
more,
levy can't go up and if there's no funding, you know,
she needs more help, so that's why we threw that in there.
this way, the state guy calls me a one-woman show. They cannot believe all the stuff that I'm responsible for doing as one person, but it is what it is.
And then, you know, then the other argument is that, well, it wasn't in the budget for this year. Well, that's why we're trying to put it in the budget for this year. And then see, but it has not been approved. It has not gone to personnel.
But we're already at a deficit. And this year, we're short that money. Next year, we're short that money. That's what, $120,000 ish, give or take.
The big thing is city pulling out. And
Able to go now?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
thanks, Don.
All right, next up. Surgery.
No, I just, was Oz adopted yet?
Oz has been adopted.
Oh,
Now I have 4 more to go. 5 more. to go.
Ready? Are you doing highway, Sky, or?
Justin, see.
Oh, sneak them. Sneaky fellow.
Or it's around noon, right? Pizzas, I should probably.
One's here.
There's no free lunch today. I bailed you out last time.
Pizza?
I don't,
You said,
these ladies want.
you tell me what kind of pizza is like. Amen.
I always probably.
You don't like mushrooms.
Oh, I like mushrooms. I think that might have been James.
Is that Jamie?
Free, I'll eat whatever.
Okay. I remember the one time I ordered mushrooms.
Okay.
So mushrooms are
that
fine.
was cool. It's
A bunch of meats are fine, but anything anybody doesn't like.
That's where I'm gonna run out too.
I brought it up.
What's that?
I brought it up. Oh, they do good.
They're pulverized pizza.
I'm trying to be.
I don't know what.
You want to sell your healthy snacks, yeah.
I'm fine with all kinds of veg. So if you order something like that, I'm fine with it.
Get out.
I'm not allergic to it.
So there.
Okay.
I like it or not. I mean, I'm fine.
It's going though.
No, I don't,
But
I don't like hate anything, you know,
I can eat for 2 hours. Very, very good program. Webinar.
Yep.
And
You said you're not eating for this
state
okay.
taking 3 months now to reimburse you
reason not for taking.
instead of
No blackout.
3.
I don't like olives. Seriously.
Right.
In other words, you know,
Unless they're,
the grant,
I get
before they said everything should have been 3 weeks.
liners here. It's free food.
changed that recently from the
Who's want breadsticks?
Yeah.
But the guy said, no, 2 to 3 weeks.
She likes breadsticks. Pizza.
To get ready.
She likes rain.
Over, because of all the new people down there. 2 to 3 months.
So if you call down there, you can expedite it. That's
Oh,
how,
I'm not taking.
What?
call down there and you can try to expedite it.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
our engineer will go on there and write them. He's got a lot. Gotta get the road done first.
Mhm.
All right, a minute. Good.
No, I think they open till 11. Well, anyways.
Starting with 310 first.
Um,
We're gonna do the 310, 318.
so the 310 to 318 is kind of, is our summary, and it pulls in like all the levy amounts. So you can see that's where you're gonna see where our total levy impact is going to.
No, I just meant 310 count.
Yeah, you can start there. Yeah.
Wherever you guys wanna start. Take it away.
So yeah, 310 is the administration. The biggest impact there is, of course, wages. We are budgeting for step 5 for a new commissioner. And then we also have the added contracted services for our consultant. That wasn't something we knew about, or we didn't have that finalized, the contract finalized last year when we, 2025. So we weren't able to budget for it for 25, but we are budgeting in 20. Continue that for the entire year. It been a big help. And if, we get a new commissioner, I think it'd definitely be crucial in getting them up to speed and trained versus, Justin having to spend all of his time doing that.
Part of his contract is also paid through RMA too, for our state contracts. So they've
Good plan.
paid through the RMA, our routine maintenance agreement. We've worked with the state and they've allowed that to be a shared contract.
So last year, when we were asked to cut, we did, we cut a little bit out of this budget. Of course, the only thing we can look at are our operating expenses. So we kind of, kept that also in mind. We didn't go back and, make any major increases, based on those cuts. Unlike the next budget, which is our county maintenance one, we did add back in the money that we cut out. So you'll see that there is an increase to, some of our maintenance activities, such as rut paving. We had cut out all of that, the 100,000. So we added that back in. We reduced crack sealing, so we increased that. There were some little cuts that we had made, like to our beaver control, that we kept because we did that actually based on actuals of prior years. So that we kept the same instead of increasing it. We did not make any adjustments to our winter maintenance, although we are due for a harder winter in a year now.
You look at Farmer's Almanac and figure it out.
No, I don't. I look at our averages, and our average is like, every 3 to 5 years, we have a winter that costs us $1 million. So,
Will be coming.
yes. But like we were talking before, we don't budget for worst case scenario. when we do have a hard winter like that, we typically will see a decrease in some other, like some general maintenance stuff that we may be doing during the winter time that we won't be able to do. So we do see some savings elsewhere when that does happen. It's not going to cover the whole amount, but we can't budget for worst case scenario every year. So we kind of do averages. Is what we look at.
No, on this one. Yeah, what was I just looking at? Damn it. There's one that looks out of whack. I lost it. Why is there nothing in admin support? I guess there's been nothing there.
So that was a few years ago, I believe that, so we had a lot of, pushback from our municipalities about charging them that admin,
Oh, that's right.
and we
Sorry,
were trying to promote our blacktop plant and get, try to we compromised, by eliminating that, fee, hoping that maybe it'll entice, municipalities to do more with us to utilize our blacktop plant. We really haven't seen that.
In a sense, though, we still have it covered somewhere in our budget. I mean,
So
the
it was,
still covered.
it was, revenue to the admin budget. We still get some admin revenue from the state, because we charge them yet. We are also charging ourselves. So we would charge like our construction or our maintenance, and then, but that was basically moving expenses from this levy budget, to this other levy budget, so that, really, so that didn't really impact, it made our admin budget look like was more, but then we kind of saved that enough. So, the only, revenue that we are losing out on is from municipalities. We also have to have the work with them in order to generate that revenue. So it was 4%.
How much municipalities are we doing paving for? Or do we have any that we're still doing it for?
This year, a few patches, no actual length of road. Last year we did Dewey. That's
On a radar for,
not right now.
Most of them bid it out. And we,
well, then isn't there the deal where some projects were not eligible to do anyways?
It all depends on how they apply for it. So if they get an LRIP project, they can apply for it, whether it's construction, dirt work, or hot mix asphalt purchase. If they're doing construction, they have to use private party. If they're doing gravel, they're gonna have to use private party, and then they can buy the asphalt. Usually they don't do a gravel lift too much, depending on the road. But if they do hot mix asphalt purchase, and it's through the LRIP, they can hire the county to pave the road for them. So we'd be utilizing our trucks and paver if we get that situation figured out too.
For the line boat chair? You use the county a little bit on.
Yeah, you would think that all these board chairs that are on the county board would be bringing their work to the county.
Estimates from the highway this year. We did have projects.
For us, you did some just overlays.
Yep. We've done small release.
You did quite a bit of some overlays from the bill we got.
So like for you guys, Cutoff Road, you guys could have set that up for your LRIP project as hot mix purchase, and then the county could have came and hauled the material and paved it for you. Being it's an LRIP, we can still help, but you have to, when it's applied for,
It's more complicated that way.
setting it up that way.
Well, with the hot mix, I mean, you can just do hot mix. You can just have like a hot mix seal if you want to too.
Oh, yes, so yes, yeah, you can do chip seal and whatever else. But I mean, as far as like the purchase of the asphalt, you can set it up that way, being it's an LRIP project, so then the county can get in and assist with the hauling and the laying of the material. There's various ways to apply for this program for everybody. So like cut off road, and you guys pulverized it, you might have done a little lift on it, and you could set it up that way through the LRIP as well. But then when it comes to paving it, if you have the construction site let out, then you have to have private contractor. There's a lot of counties do a lot of work for their towns that way.
So some of this LRIP stuff that you help with, is it legal? Maybe you don't know. Legal to charge an admin fee then on those hours that you work on that? For the township or no, we just.
Yes, I believe so.
So matter.
But we don't
We
right
might do.
now. We just do it as a service to the township and.
Correct, correct. We eliminated that admin fee
On everything.
on pretty much.
Remember back in the past though, was there some type of charge if you helped out a township or municipality with LRIP funding or doing those types of plans?
Yeah, we always charged it and everything. I don't know how much LRIP, many LRIP projects we did for townships. But we would have charged it on any projects that we did.
I'm saying if we don't do the project, we just help them with.
So the paperwork side, we have the pilot program in 24, 27 counties in the northwest and north central region that's through the pilot program. So whatever entitlement funds comes to these counties for that comes to us and then goes to the pilot program. So the pilots are assisting right now. This is where we had in the highway meeting where we talked about this was kind of pushed down by the state for research purposes. So we went forth with another 2-year.
Before that, we did get about $3,400, I believe, from the state to administer the LRIP. So we were getting reimbursed by the state for the time that the commissioner was putting into it. Now we have to pass that along to the pilot program. They're the ones doing the admin work on it now, but
I also see we don't have anything spent yet this year on building and grounds, didn't we?
yeah, buildings,
Out of there?
right, but buildings and grounds is an end of the year allocation that I do.
Okay.
The roof was last year, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure, ready?
Actually, I think it was finished right at the beginning of this year, so it hit the year.
Okay, I was wrong. We will have some boiler pumps, a boiler pump on that charge as well. Seal blew out of it right at the end of winter there and they had to take it off and take it to a shop to get it apart instead of buying a brand new pump.
There's gonna be a few of those types of entries that are done on an annual basis after the year is closed that are all throughout our budgets. You've got the buildings and grounds. And this is there.
So it's for expenditures on this one. It looks like-
Shop overhead is the other one I'm trying to think of.
It's like we're up about 250.
Yep, and that is what we cut out of the budget for 2025. That 10% we were asked to cut. That's the increase there. Any other questions for the maintenance budget? We can move on to our construction. For construction, we have one road that we're going to be focusing on doing state miles of and utilizing two
Chip programs, yep.
ramps.
So with that being said, we have one that is sunsetting in 27, and 27 is the year County M's getting done with federal aid projects. So if it's sunset 27, June 30th of 27 is when you need to have your project done. The other pot of money has a fair share of it that will also sunset because it was not utilized on a previous project, so it was rolled over to that project being the only project that matched the same ID number, so it had to go to that LRIP fund. So if we can accomplish both of those next year and do a fair chunk of road instead of sections, trying to do less sections at a time than we have, that'll be where we're at. So at 497,000 is where the entitlement funds are, so we gotta spend. Get the return.
They're both sunset 27 or 26.
27, yeah. One, the whole amount sunsets, and the other one, it's about half sunsets.
And then we, use bond funds to pay for our construction. The next, budget is our bridge construction and culvert aid. So this budget, goes above the levy limit. It's for, our bridge construction, helping, towns and municipalities with their bridge construction, and then also doing culvert aid for, municipalities. We don't have any bridges in the bridge program right now, that are gonna cost us any significant amount of money. So this budget for 26 is all culvert aid for, for budgeted. And so they pay 50%. The county covers the other 50%.
This is separate from it's a 20 culvert program. The state's coming out with money on that now, and the guidelines are going to come out. Replace that.
When they do come out, yes, then we know there's nothing on the difference, as long as it's not a bridge. 36-inch or bigger culvert pipe structure is applicable for culvert aid. Anything under 20 feet. Until they come out with their 6 to 20.
6 to 20, yeah.
Yes, until they come out with that.
And they've already appropriated the money for it. They haven't come out with the guidelines yet.
Correct.
So that's it for our levy budgets. The rest of them are, our internal services and then our customers. So the next budget would be for, bituminous operations. So, just running our blacktop plant. There's some big differences in this, budget from prior years. The committee, instructed us to not run the blacktop plant, this year, except for making some patch material. And then next year, we're not anticipating running the plant, either because of the construction projects that we have and the CHIP money. We're doing asphalt purchases, so we have to purchase that from, private. And then we don't have any other projects going on, where it would be worthwhile, starting up our plant and running it. Because we have to run a certain amount of, tonnage in order to break even, and, that's just not gonna happen. So kind of, we're leaning towards not starting, not running it
By all means, I mean, if people want to run it, we will end up throwing out this chip money. And that's, I guess, up to the committee and or the county board. If they want to run it next year, that's totally fine, but we'll have to throw out the chip funds. Unless we gravel lift a road, and we would not do the approximately 8 miles, because then now you're adding gravel to the roadway. So you're adding a cost on top of resurfacing the road. So you're gonna do the approximation of the 4 to 5 miles every year if we're doing a gravel lift.
Like Justin said, in order to get those chip funds, we have to spend twice as much. It's a 50% reimbursement. So in order to get the full amount, we gotta spend twice as much.
Another way we could do it is we could do it for construction. We could make our own mix and we could have somebody else haul it for us, but then we're not getting any equipment revenue based off of not running our equipment. And we could certainly can use equipment revenue, highway department.
And you're at the mercy of whether or not they have the trucks, et cetera, et cetera. And
Well, their trucks cost more than our trucks and we're budgeted for it, and it's otherwise it's just eating our bond money.
yeah, you're just switching from one thing, bringing revenue to the county versus the other thing.
Correct.
So either you're gonna run the plant, hopefully that makes you more money and puts it back in your fund and with less labor involved. Or you hired all yeah. That'd be the only advantage to hiring out trucks that I see is if we were so short on labor on a project. But now we're going to hire the trucking done and we only need 4 guys in. I'm just using an example, 4 guys at the asphalt plant instead of 6 or 7 in trucks.
Right.
That might be the only way that we could benefit.
So
I mean, I think it's good to run it though. I mean, I'm curious how it works out doing this little thing you're doing. Because maybe we should, I don't want to get too far off base here, but I guess if a township still wants to bid and it's a large enough project, we probably should bid it. I mean, I guess maybe that's something we just discuss at committee. I'm just one person, but I mean, if we can, they're willing to have us do it, I guess, and it works in our schedule, what the heck? Anyhow,
So our next budget, internal service budget, is, the gravel pits that we operate, just, labor and fringe, is the majority of that is we plan on crushing, so we may have to do some stripping. The fund balance in this, budget is, for reclamation of a pit future. It's quite costly, so that's what we build up the fund balance for.
How many gravel pits do you have?
I think 6, 1 I think is inactive though.
Yeah, well, yeah, one we don't crush out of, but yeah, we, couple years ago in, forestry's pits and took over the management of those, so that doubled our, for the pits that we have. But we still, we work with forestry and, crushing material for them, what they may need. They let us know, we get it crushed. And then we sell it to them.
Yeah, we pay you.
not enough, evidently by the looks of our budget here. I think forestry needs to pay us a little more on the gravel. Up the rental of the equipment that goes to forestry.
Line.
I'm just throwing out ideas, you don't have to get so offended.
I think that should be lowered.
The next budget is our equipment operations. So all of the expenses of owning all of the equipment that we have, except for the blacktop plant. So all repairs, parts, insurance, everything hits this budget. And then we use state equipment rates to bill out for our equipment hours. And that's how we generate revenue. And then we, the more we use our equipment, the more revenue we bring in. Certain pieces make more than others. The older equipment that we have, the more repairs we're putting in. You'll see that we did budget for some equipment purchases. 800,000, all of it to come out of our own equipment fund. No levy.
Yeah. You able to do that with your committees? See.
We get so much stumpage revenue that we get back into the.
These are the state.
Yeah, but free money.
You wanna start something, Kim?
For the equipment revenue,
Yeah,
it based on, yes, the state approved rates.
which is low.
So the state rates are, they take all of the information from all 72 counties. Of their equipment repairs, fuel usage, parts that are purchased in insurance, and depreciation. And they, they look at all of that and that's how they determine the rates. So the rate is based on the expenses of all counties, not just ours.
It's low.
So it may look low to us because our repairs expenses are high, but actually newer equipment, they think, raise like the depreciation is weighted higher than like repair costs, so that has a bigger impact on the rate than repair costs do. So actually, adding any new equipment to it is kind of helping that. But of course, it's not just us that with the state rates, you have to use the state rates for state work. We can't charge them anything different than the state rate. We can, for all other work, change those rates.
We plow for townships. We do, right? We do some for townships.
Yeah, but with our current situation, we're approximately 14 beats, 12 drivers, so we're gonna have a tough time with our own roads, and we have 3 or 4 new guys who've never plowed, so there's gonna be some training in there, so plowing for townships is good for us. We're in a predicament between the turnover rate and our position right now that there ain't a whole lot of townships plowing we can do this year. We'd certainly like to, but our hands are kind of tied with that being right now 2 drivers short for all roads.
I thought,
I'm just curious if we get ourselves situated out there. I know there's few townships that hire it out. I think our rate would be probably less. I'm almost thinking that some of these outfits are probably busy enough anyhow. They probably wouldn't lose a lot of sleep over if we did a couple. I'm just wondering if that would be a way to have an extra person during the summer and then keep that person busy in the winter. And I get it that you've got these light winters, etc. But
Yeah, I mean, you can generate equipment revenue out of there. Talking with other counties that have done kind of similar situations where they do that and then they jack the rate up a little bit more above the state rate to accommodate for the truck, the driver and all that stuff. I mean, yeah, they're paying the wage, but it helps generate your equipment revenue as well.
I should do that, but
I thought you had said that you were telling that, well, you do just a few townships that you were telling you couldn't do this next year.
We did, yes.
You did?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember you saying that at some meeting.
Because of where we're at right now.
Okay.
If we can get back to the way we were, we could certainly go back to assisting the townships.
And that can be a problem too with some townships, even when we have the staffing. Our priority is us and the state first. So they may not like how fast or not how fast we get to plowing their roads, too.
But if you have a private entity that's servicing 2 or 3 townships with 1 truck, they gotta be in the same boat.
Yeah.
But if you had a couple townships, then maybe you could just one person. that, but you'd need an extra employee to do it. It's kind of curious if that would, that's gonna be one of those things you're gonna try it and you're not gonna know if it actually works and budgets out till you do it for.
I mean, you're talking about, like, if, I mean, we do our own, but, you know, we've got 43 miles of road in our township. For people to get out there and do that. Of course, we're spread out quite a bit too.
How many miles do we have again?
255. That's center lane, so down and back, you multiply by 2, 510. Plus the state system. 100 and about approximately 10 miles of state system multiplied by 2, you know, 220.
Takes time for, I mean, your main county highways.
So if you had a new highway shop where you jump in a vehicle, be ready to go rather than going out and hooking up the plow and stuff. I mean, that might save a lot of time to where you might have
Well, it'll
start.
that'll also save us overtime. It's, you know, a lot of times when they're plowing, they're coming in outside of their normal schedule. They're spending that extra time. They're getting time and a half for that. So, and plus, it cannot be fun having to all hooked up when it's snowing or freezing.
Zero. Like I said before, we've been out there because the trucks are spinning out because it's snowy and it turns ice because the tires are warm. We've been out there trying to push them in the loaders to hook the plows up because just the way it is.
So that's a lot of extra that we're paying. New storage facility would. So our next budget, is our radio fund. It's pretty small. We get, a reimbursement from the state, because we have radios in, you know, all of our equipment, and they realize that we're using them to do their work, so they, pitch in, for paying for them. We don't usually have a lot of expenses hitting this budget. I mean, we've put a little bit in there, for replacements of radios, and then repair rent and, electricity bill, also hits this. That's about it. Not much comes off fund balance. And then the next four are our customers. It's broken down by state, districts, which is our municipalities, departments, and then public. Public is, our fuel sales to RCTC, mostly. So all of the expenses that are hitting this budget, we are reimbursed by those entities for. The only time we may have, you know, expenses overlapping years is when invoices, you know, gets.
And how does this work?
What's that?
Is it strictly cost in, cost out,
Yes, we bill for,
admin fee on this whatsoever?
there is admin in the state budget. And they dictate that, percentage. They tell us what percent we can.
So if we buy gas for 281, we sell it out of it. Anyway. Whatever that pump system cost.
The fuel, we do have a 10-cent fuel surcharge.
Okay, so
That's to help replacement, yeah.
okay, that's where I'm going. Okay,
For
and
that,
cover,
yeah.
kind of cover our costs that are gonna be, because someday, it's not gonna last forever. Someday you're gonna have to replace it again. So we can't just
And
put $1 million or $2 million into a pump and expect that 25 years from now, we're probably not gonna spend 5 million to replace it. So,
but that goes into our equipment fund mainly. So that fuel surcharge is part of that, you know, revenue that's coming in there. So it's constantly being utilized.
so
So
how did
that
we
really-
come to the 10 cents? Do you remember?
Oh, gosh, that's been that way for several years. That was, I think maybe set the year I started or around that time. So it's been 10 cents for about 10 years.
Because where I'm going with this is, I'm getting a lot off topic, but maybe we need to address this at highway because I think we almost need to look at what it would cost to replace that. I'm not saying we make money off it, but I think we need to be covering ourselves so that down the road, eventually, we're gonna have to replace that. And I would base it off of the average longevity of that setup and what we think it's gonna cost to replace it. Because if we don't gear it that way going forward, someday we're gonna get hit with a multi-million-dollar bill and there will have been nothing extra to cover them.
We're talking about setting up a reserve fund.
In a sense, or it could keep going into the equipment fund, that's fine, but I mean, if that's where it's going to come out of, but maybe 2 cents or something should go separately. I don't know. That's a highway thing. I'll mention it next highway meeting, but I just, if it's been 10 cents for how many years, I think that needs to be looked at. Maybe it should be 11, maybe it should be 12. I don't know. Maybe it should stay at 10, maybe 10's fine.
When it was set at 10, I know that there was some, I think they wanted to set it higher than that, but there was some pushback from the departments that utilize it being too much.
Was gas, what was gas this last load? Do you remember? Was it like 270 or whatever, 280 or? Oh, that's all right.
Yeah.
But we're usually 20, 30 cents underneath.
It depends, like if the gas stations, if they drop their prices really quickly, like it could be less than us. Because we don't get as many loads as they do, so.
Got old, more expensive fuel and sometimes.
Right.
We got those times where
But also when theirs jumps high really quick, you know, ours doesn't fluctuate that as much as theirs does from day to day or week to week, you know, we're not pulling in as much.
Couldn't we price it, couldn't we do it similar to them? Once a week, you price it off of the board? Instead of actually price, I mean, do it like, they do it daily, but could we do it? Or price it and fluctuate it that way, so that way you never have to worry about us being stuck with it. Just a thought. Maybe we can't do that because we're supposed to be a cost.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I mean, we do our costs plus that, or that 10 cents again.
Good.
Charge, so. And we do, our system does a cost average for us, so.
I got us something in the weeds, I apologize.
That's okay.
I'm just trying to come up with other ways to help with revenue, but.
So state maintenance, we were really dictated by, the budget they give us for maintenance. And then, we never know of any additional, you know, funds they might have or projects that they, you know, throw our way. But again, we build them for all costs, associated with any projects that we do. And then municipalities, the same. We, you know, we have any road maintenance that we might do for them, and then also shop services or sales of materials. We do a lot of sales of materials to townships, like salt sand, culverts, like that. And then departments is fuel and shop services. Mainly, then we also have, you know, some projects that we do like for forestry. Most departments is just for shop services and for fuel. And then public is mainly our fuel service, our fuel sales to RCTC. Every once in a while, we might have something else like we just did a signing of a detour for the railroad. So that would hit this budget. Billing for all our costs, you know, actual costs, so. The railroad, I will charge an admin fee too, though.
Well, I get why we did it with the road projects and stuff, but I'm just wondering if there still should be one on culverts.
Well-
The stuff you guys have to do around the shop there,
So-
salt sand.
Glad you brought up culverts. Culverts, we do have a handling fee on. And then also steel and blades. Those are, only parts or
How about salt sand?
we do. When we make salt sand, I look at the costs of what it costs to make it, and I just make sure that I make sure our price is above that cost. But if we up the price, I'm not 100% sure where it's at now. If the next time we make it, the costs come in lower, we don't bring the price down. We keep the price consistent. So we do make some money on that.
Cause I mean, we've got man hours and
Yep.
$5 equipment.
Yep, and all of that is taken in consideration when calculating that, what it costs us for that.
Our costs will change on that because it went up $5 to $10 a ton this year sold in.
Yeah. Salt is the major factor in that, though our salt sand doesn't have, it's what,
Percentage of it.
it doesn't have a high percentage in the salt sand, so.
And let's be honest, as there's more and more traffic on the road, people expect even town or not so much town roads, but every county road to just like a state highway. You just see it more and more. They want the county roads to be of similar quality for driving on in the wintertime as state roads.
Yeah, and we're not, you guys know we're not gonna burn $100-some a ton just to open a road 100%.
The only way you're gonna melt off a road is to add more salt back on the sand. So
And for us to go above that 5% threshold, we have to have a building for that salt sand, otherwise it cannot be outside. So that's why we're stuck at the 5%.
Your complaints that we don't plow fast or we don't plow fast enough and this and that, but then the next thing I hear is we got too much salt and
It's a horse race.
so
Yeah.
I don't know. When you hear both, you're hoping that maybe you're right in the middle of where you should be, 'cause
Yeah, it's just like when people say that other counties are better. Well, I think, that's maybe at time, there are times where I've left Russ County and it's worse, it's
well, and if you got
timing.
10 times the population living in the same, I mean, most of the counties are similar in size. You do have more resources to hire trucks and stuff. You're probably going to get plowed faster, but you work within your means of what resources you have. Chippewa County is bigger than us. They're gonna be able to have bigger budgets. They can pay
they're
more.
bigger. They have a shop in Cornell, they have a shop in Chippewa, they have a shop in another one in Bloomer. That's all manned with driven by them. They've all got anywhere from 4 to 8 cars outside of them. So, I mean, you go south and yeah, their roads are usually better than ours, but they've got a crew that first thing they do is their stretch of state highways they have to do. Just 64, 178 and 27, and then they start on their county roads. And they got Boyd just 10 miles cross country, roughly. So they don't, I mean, I'm not saying they don't have stuff to do, but they've gotten it broken down. They actually were smart how they went about it and did it, but do what they did now, it cost us $1 million. So
then if we go back to, the summary page. Our levy ask, for 26 is higher, but we told you that, we added back in costs, for maintenance. That we talked about that levy target a little bit. I'm not sure where that figure came from. I do know that at one point it was decreased and such. If we didn't bond for our construction projects, we'd be double our levy ask. Not quite, but pretty dang close. But if you take the bridge aid, which it goes above the levy limit, out of that levy target, we're pretty darn, we're close to our levy target. Out of our levy ask, so. So,
And some of that bridge aid comes from the state too, or no? This is just strictly what we need to pull levy here.
yeah, it's, that amount for the bridge, what we have in there is just all culvert aid, so the state's not involved in that, but any bridge construction that's in the program, it's an, typically an 80-20 split, so we're only hit with 20% of the cost, which is fantastic, because they're expensive. And then if it's a township bridge, we split that 20% with them, so they pay half, we pay half.
For the sake of making someone in the public mad right now that's listening, and is on a town board. If we took the $202,000 of bridge aid out, how would that affect the townships?
The 8208 statutory is we are to offer culvert and bridge aid.
Got a jail-free card.
So I mean, there were, with this 6 to 20 program, there were multiple townships that reached out. We got 4 in there. We, working with Sky, we try to hit a limit, and then I worked with a couple and said we can push you to 27 and work with you there. So I mean, they got to work with us for them to work, for us to work with them.
Yeah, so if you take the 200 and, yeah, whatever, 300, 30, take 200, yeah, we're only 130 without the culvert. Last bridge aid. You just gotta go back and cut 5% this year.
Are there any positions you don't need that you? Or any that aren't filled right now that?
So we don't have one filled right now, but we're looking at a retirement and then another person potentially retiring as well. The position the highway department's in right now is we're at the bare minimum employees. We lose another guy, that's another truck we hire. That's more money that's coming out of our bond to.
What I mean is, there's open positions that you might not need to fill. Like, I'm not talking about taking working employee out, but is there any open positions that? Before.
So this year we've had between 1 to 2 open positions all year, because it's hard to fill. And we still got the 1 open now that we're looking at filling. And with us only having 12 capable employees right now to plow our roads, I think that 1 position needs to be filled, because we're just that our numbers aren't working well with our plowing versus the construction season, because you're short-staffed. In my opinion, I think if we cut the open position we got and then we never brought it back, I think it'd have a higher negative impact than having the employee here, because we're gonna hire out more. We're gonna hire that extra Sawyer County or Haas or Taylor County truck to have them come and do work for us, and then we're not gonna generate the equipment money out of that. So I think it's more of a negative to cut even an open position.
Then we're gonna come and ask next year, highway will, money for equipment, because there won't be any equipment.
Oh, we got.
The vicious circles, like a dog chasing its tail on the middle of a field full of weeds.
Got a big one that broke down.
I mean, it really is. It's just so yeah, you could. Yeah, either way, we're gonna.
Yeah, we should be trying to fill as many trucks as we can.
Yeah, as long as we can keep them busy.
And also like, and then the winter time is plow weeds, we certain number to cover. Why is your point paying more overtime?
If it makes you feel better, last month, I don't remember, Justin and Sky did a thing on what it costs us to run equipment. Actually, they do it every month.
Tell me that Justin and Sky did a thing that makes me nervous, because I don't.
No,
know how-
it actually-
what kind of things they're doing.
It shows that by upgrading your equipment, the cost of running it drops dramatically. The expense side of it. So we have equipment that's putting money back in the equipment fund by replacing it instead of, in some cases, Justin pointed out a lot to us that is actually costing us more than what it brings back in.
So for instance, I might be wrong on the number, but truck 49, I think it's made, maybe it's 50, either one, it doesn't matter. What this is just for reference. It made 5,000, it cost us 20 to 25,000. So it costs us 5 times as much as what it made. So the other equipment's trying to generate that back of that loss, the newer stuff, and it's not just the one, there's multiple items on there. That's costing us money towards our equipment fund that we're trying to generate back. So we can better ourselves to get this equipment updated and then help the state rate as well. Do our part.
Self-sustaining, like where's the debate? That's what people point out.
I think the stuff we did the last couple of years in the long run's definitely gonna help the highway department. I mean, as long as there's jobs for it to do and everything, what it's gonna bring back versus what's going out, but
I think it's just being consistent with it, you know, and having a plan and sticking to that plan and just being consistent with it. I think we went too many years of,
we could have easily, highway could have easily come in here and asked for another 500 to $1 million this year. But Jerry looked at me and he's like, well, wait, I'm like, don't do it because it's not gonna fly. And I had no clue where we were at here, but I'm like, so.
And to reference the money we put back in there. So you got GTA, General Transportation Aid. The less work we do in our system, the less, it's over an average, the less money we get back from the state to do work to our roads. So if we continue to decline and do less work, our percentage of GTA coming back drops, and then you gotta work your way back, which this year we've done a fair amount. We've done cracks, and we've done a fair amount of paving. So we're helping ourselves out this year.
the last few years, we have seen a slight decline over the last few years of our GTA.
Are you getting the max you can?
I'm not sure that the county is the same as the municipality, the townships.
I'm not sure.
I think cause I know the number of years that they average is different for them. And I don't know that there's a max like that. I'm not 100%.
Cause the rate just went up for GTA. Well, I mean, in the budget for next year. Which will help a little. Very,
That's on inflation, right? Also, like in 27, when we continue forward with this M project, there's gonna be a lot less construction on our side, so it's gonna be a lot of maintenance. And hopefully maybe we can work with towns a little more that year to subsidize some of our budget. This extra, not extra, this what we put back in there that we pulled out will accommodate that county M job. For 80-20 share we got on there.
All right.
you didn't cut your $200 out of this.
Okay, I'll find 200. Wait, there's nothing in there that's small.
Highway committee per diem.
What?
Is there a
Highway
highway?
committee per diem.
Yeah,
Where is that at?
310,
admin budget.
310.
Yep. 310, line 10.
Or you can give up one committee's per diem.
You know, thinking about that. So we have a highway committee member that is not good at filling out his timesheets. And our prior finance director used to do it for him. So if she's not here to do it for him at the end of the year, then maybe he won't get paid.
That's for the committee meetings?
Yeah, yeah.
But that all came out of county board.
Not highway.
Are we like supposed to be getting paid double from being highway?
No, I think it was supposed to be, because you're only supposed to get $20 per.
I think,
I thought it was 40 for being on the county board for being on highway and then 40 from highway. I think I've been billing this out wrong.
It's half.
Well, I've been settling for half already by the sounds of it.
HHS hits their budget too, but I think that's because then they can recover some of that, but I'm not, it's always been that way with highway. I'm not sure why it hits the highway budget, but it doesn't matter if it hits here or the county board budget. I mean, it's levy regardless. I don't know, maybe it was to help with our admin rate. No, but we had a set an admin rate and had kept it consistent, adjust it for, you know, increase in costs or so.
Admin rate, you mean?
Yeah, like our administrative rate that we would use to charge out. So, yeah, I'm not sure why our committee expenses hit here. It really doesn't, it impacts the levy the same.
I don't care. It's a zero. Don't matter to me.
Should.
Is that something you want, that you want to do? You want to in zero?
No. The DMs for county clerk members are set the year before.
All right. Other questions? We're gonna be going back to these again, and it's good to hear explanations from this as you present them. Bring it back. But I mean, if you do find 10% you want to cut out of it before we look at it again, I mean, you can sip on the Z drive and let us know.
Sorry, we all can't be like Jared.
Just say,
Offer it all on itself.
Just like,
you know,
Go.
yeah, you guys should maybe watch the last meeting and just take a couple notes.
Okay.
Thanks, Justin.
Sure.
Who's next or what?
Maintenance and 19, I wonder if they're,
Brett is
They're out there.
yeah,
Are they ready to go?
yeah.
Okay. Then what after that?
The sheriff at 1. So I did leave a little break for, you know, lunch.
Terry's gonna need a little break.
Yeah.
And when do you need to go on that, Terry? Is it for noon, sure noon, or are you flexible?
Whenever, don't worry about it.
Well, I am. I'm trying to accommodate, seriously.
Whenever you break for lunch.
So if we get through this and then take a little break,
Fine.
you gotta work for you?
Fine.
The pizza's hot right now, so
Suppose.
grabbing it. Let me get you some? I can do that.
Go. Okay, maintenance.
What do you guys want here?
Maintenance, we might as well do it.
Ashley.
Alden,
That's not a good start.
email you sent me,
Oh, yeah?
you think that should be in a closed session, non-emergency?
Fitness center. Yeah, let's do something.
I mean,
Let's talk after. Ashley and I both have some thoughts. And I just shot you an email. Like explaining the information rather than running across the room to you.
Oh.
Oh, okay, it's about the WEDC conference and booking. Yeah.
Okay.
They had a block of rooms reserved and the reservation ends September 23rd. And so I waited until obviously they could be approved. All the rooms were gone. So I emailed WEDC,
Shut.
hey, are you guys gonna add more rooms? And I said, absolutely. But they added them at different hotels.
you got your rods back.
Their rate is set.
Yes, we did.
Thank you very much for doing that.
Absolutely. How'd your, event go?
Very well,
$82 difference. I put the financials in the motion, but
naturally.
Sure.
yeah, that's what I asked you. Tourism meets September 8th or something, but I'm also afraid like the room come out.
11 dogs.
Well, you don't wanna have that one.
Wait,
Yeah, I'll check and.
Okay, thanks.
And, they got 3,000. Effective option. And so it turned out.
That's late, you're in trouble.
No.
You can.
Players that.
Thank you for it.
Hey, we ready to get into it?
To it.
All right,
No better time like the present, right?
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna start on 26.
Yeah, do we want to do maintenance or IT first or? Maintenance, please.
Minutes we good.
Six.
You wanna work forwards or backwards to see the final?
Don't matter as long as we get to an ending.
All right. Do I just go or, sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Brett.
Okay, sounds good. So, where we're sitting for the courthouse, I am currently $34,522 over that target levy. But you will see in, I should get to the right one, that'll help me a lot. Equipment line, the 810. This was just based off my first figures. The first time I went through, I've got $51,376 set there. The goal there was to try and purchase a new skid steer for the maintenance department. Just frankly, from ours is, I believe, 15 years old and pretty worn out. That was a goal there, which is what pretty much puts us over, but I wanted to at least present it to you guys and see what we can do.
about the charges to other departments. Changes there.
Yes, so we're gonna be pulling, thank you, Sharon. What would be the Trails End Help 113? That's gonna come out of the courthouse budget and move to the Trails End budget, so that's gonna help us a little bit there as well, kind of move some money around. We had just kind of, Sharon, what were your numbers on rental there?
Well, 113 is zero now.
Yes.
Yeah, you'll see it later in the Trails End budget. We moved it.
Right, that way for the Trails End budget, we can at least see the payroll accurately rather than waiting until February of the following year to have that budget hit and then that money come out of the courthouse. So it just makes sense. Anything that's out of that line is strictly for Trails End, so why not have it in the Trails End budget? Just makes sense.
So
It affects his trails and we
Pretty
can talk more about it later.
Yeah.
Any other questions on courthouse?
So the lifespan of a skid steer is only 15 years.
it was used when it was purchased. How old?
We've had it 15 years.
Had it 15 years. Yep. Yeah, I don't know I should have known, but I don't know the exact year offhand. It works good around the fairgrounds as far as like scraping barns out, stuff like that. The issue I'm running into is when we're, like say at Gates Avenue, extended a gravel pad. Some of the extra work that we did at Trails End this year to get things opened up, it just doesn't fit that kind of application. Mostly, so it's okay for running around, but when it comes to digging and grading and actually moving material, it's just its element.
But like the type of attachment or the type of skid steer.
Type of skid steer, just older and a little bit underpowered for what we
Yeah,
need.
it's a small one.
Yep, it's wheeled as well, so that's where I would look for
You have
something.
to spin.
Yeah, look for something tracked to a little less impact to the ground and a little more traction.
Able to like rent from highway. They don't have a skid. So
That's what we've been doing. When highway is using it and our schedules don't line up. We did rent a couple of times from,
Timber
Timber
supply.
Supply this year. And we incurred about $2,000 in rental cost.
Right. In past years, we've gone through much more than that. And in the past, we've bought equipment and then we've split it with a variety of budgets. Well, now, they haven't been doing it that way. So, so this would hit the entire courthouse budget. We could do it like we did with the welder. We paid it out of courthouse and then we put a log on it and then billed it to the other departments to offset that cost. You know, so like airport, Trails and all those other, because he has a gazillion buildings, so
either way, we're paying for it.
it's coming out of something, but it's, I guess it's easier to track if you see it in one budget, let alone 10. So,
Did highway have a track before this? I mean, highway doesn't have a used track machinery now currently. They're all wheeled what they have now,
They do have a track machine.
like one we just purchased.
Yes, yep.
Okay. So it's possible you could rent that and when you need one. Otherwise, highway's also gonna have a used 7810. The hours are on it.
It's Justin.
To Justin about that.
Okay.
I mean, Gail, I think that'd be a bigger machine. And I don't know, but you'd have to, maybe it won't work, but he had offered it up at our last highway meeting to forestry, for example.
we'd like to get an
Valued at
more.
17 or 18.
We would like an opportunity to get it rather than, or go against highway for it.
Forestry.
Yes, forestry, yeah.
I think we might have to have an auction.
Yep. A bidding war.
Next board. Auction. We'll let 2 department chairs go at it. Hope it's not the same person that's the chair of both committees. No, I think it's something that I don't know if highway was even interested. We just, or not, I'm sorry, forestry. But my understanding was it was still had life to it. So I guess maybe do some research that way. That would help you.
And the one that he's requesting, you just use the attachments from highway, right?
Yeah.
That's a used one as well.
Right, we have buckets, that should fit any skid steer we get Harley rig, but, the only attachment, if we did get one, probably all we would end up using from highways if we needed the Fecon head. We got some mowing that we usually do at Trails End and the airport between the two, so then it would be just incurring costs of grabbing an attachment versus the whole unit.
And now you'd have to discuss with. We had, highway had to make up. Urge to rental and who was. But I guess there was an issue with, I don't know, something got. I don't know what happened, but you can work that out. He has the hour to sign off on it if he feels the person is gonna use it as training. Sure you guys can.
Otherwise it comes with the operator.
But I think that was only, I don't think that was for attachments, but it was just.
I just have a question on Sally's courthouse maintenance. Is that a new account or transferred in from other things or dividing up? It wasn't there in 2024 and it got new in the budget in 2025, and then for 2026, it's way up.
Which lines are you referring to, Terry?
It's 116. Is that transferred in from something else or new stuff?
Like the account number ends in 116?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Because it was 0 in 2024, and then it was only 38 in 2025, and now all of a sudden it's 82.
So
Is that a new?
what that is just, our account coding for some of their employees, we're changing based on their, titles, because they, were set up one way, then changed, and so we're correcting that. So you'll see the increase on that line and then a decrease, on the maintenance tech line, which is 114. So it's just, we're fixing those in our payroll so that they're going to the right accounts.
Which is good.
After this gets here, how many hours do you think run a year on?
Question. We use it a lot. Lot around the fairgrounds, moving, loading tables for events, grading, trying to keep the road, kind of usually what we use to back drag and try and keep the roads up, so. I would bet we'll put 300 hours on the skid steer a year.
Just at that location.
Yeah.
So
Which is main.
that goes to the airport also? So,
It would, if generally at the airport, we can use a tractor when it comes to mowing, and that kind of stuff, then the skid steer would go out, yeah.
sounds like 300 hours. Yeah. Too bad. Maybe you and forestry could get to a point where you could. They're probably doing about not even that much. Their machine. If you had a little better skid steer too, that was track or something, probably could almost use that. Does that get used at all for snow removal?
No, this one currently doesn't.
If
If,
you have a better machine, why couldn't you use that for snow removal?
Which would save a lot
Yeah.
of money.
Get a proper blade for it, some snow tracks, yeah, absolutely.
I guess then what would you want, blade or blower?
Depending on where we
Big box blade,
use it. I think would probably be better.
start with.
Sure. I'd say a blower if we didn't have as much gravel around the properties as we do. And our window cost might go up a little bit.
So I just highlighted that 3,500 of, the equipment lease. Because if they were, able to get, a new skid steer that, you know, they wouldn't utilize $3,500 for equipment, leasing.
And totally forgot we had that line, so I need to do a journal entry for what I currently is sitting in the 249 line and move it to there, so we actually reflect the rental of equipment, because that's where it was going, and I tried to dig through my highway stuff too, and yeah, I totally forgot about that line, so there will be some 2012.
The $2,000 skid steer. You say you spent $2,000 renting a skid steer?
Yeah, it's 1646.
Yeah, and some of that was split between a couple different budgets.